Hello folks, Dave here again with some more Dragon Age Origins. This is part 10 of the Origin stream, and we are deep inside of, well, the deep roads, so I guess we're just in the deep roads. Hope everyone's been having a great week so far. Hey Sword Talon 1, always great to see you. Yeah, let's just sort of get into it. Also, again, for anyone watching this, I do apologize if you can hear the sound of my fan in the background, but it's warm in here, and I just need it. The other night, I tried recording a video. I recorded a video. I put it out. It was on the Libris Mortis book, and I had everything turned off for that, and the heat was so bad in the apartment, like I was sweating so much. That I started to feel like dehydration, and we'll get a little fight here, but anyway, I almost felt like I felt like I'd almost torn my like just ligaments in my knee. Like it's just, I don't know, it's just a bad time all around. So I'm keeping I turned the air conditioner off, but I'm keeping the fan.
Here. When the throne is settled, we'll beat them to their vile birthing grounds.
Alright, so these guys... Alright, well actually, let's just check this out, because this might give me experience points. There we go. So these guys are I think it's called like the Legion of the Dead. And essentially... what they are is they're a group of dwarves who... they're basically declared dead. They have a funeral for them and everything, and they basically sacrifice their lives to go into the deep roads to fight off the Darkspawn. So, like in the Dragon Age world, the Darkspawn are subterranean, typically. They only ever reach the surface in times of, like, for maybe minor incursions or in the event of a blight, which is what is potentially going on right now. But the rest of the time, they're here in the Deep Roads, which is the same place that the dwarves live. So these guys basically, sacrifice their lives and give up their identities to join this Legion of the Dead to try to keep the Darkspawn at bay. So we're telling that was a good video. I'll be leaving a thought. Okay, well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm also actually really happy.
I've never seen one of your kind in the Deep Roads. Has going topside let you forget the Legion of the Dead? We abandon our lives to be free of fear and hopeful blindness. The coming blight is obvious to us. The surprise is not that you have come, but that you have come in so small a number. What do you want here, Warden?
Well, technically we came with 100% of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden. But one of the things I was actually really happy with in that video was the fact that a lot of the comments were from people who really loved the book. And like, whenever I do those, and I think I said it in the video, right? But, like, I don't want any of these books to ever be, like, universally panned or hated or, like, because people work hard on them. Even if it's not what I personally am looking for from a book, there's still people that poured a lot of their own love and their own person into those products. So I was actually really happy to see that there were so many people that look back at that book fondly. It was really awesome.
Who put this dull idea in your head? We got other things to worry about in Orzammar. Ah, now I see. The Deep Lords in the Assembly can't make up their minds, so the Pretenders need added influence. I get that right?
Yeah, that's about right.
Warden, you've got your work cut out for you. Paragon Branca is dead, everyone with sense knows it. Past our line, the Darkspawn kill everything. I'd gladly lead an assault through the dead trenches, but without an ass in the throne, we have no orders. I won't take fool's gold from a pretender. You want to go digging blind? You go right ahead. Why? The other kingdoms only care when the Darkspawn march in the light. But they are always here. Always pushing. You lived here, you know. Blights take so long because we keep Darkspawn in check. A surge on the surface would reduce the pressure on us. When the time comes, I'll care for a good dwarven reason. Sod the rest. Wondering what your life would be like if you'd stayed in Orzammar? Few others of our kind would have you. We accept anyone.
So I think
heroes who
I think there's a way to get the
died in
Legion of the Damned to
glorious
technically join the fight.
Even
Or Legion of the
murderers.
Dead, sorry, not Damned.
The Legion knows those words well. It's a song of the recruit hoping for a way back to caste or honor. They get their head out of the smoke and accept their fate. Or the stone takes them. Like dusters have heard of respect. Never seen it. And if it exists, it wasn't meant for me. But if you're looking for paragons, you may as well look for the anvil and endless lyrium. Good luck, Grey Warden.
Yeah, so I think there's a way that we can get him to join, like, the fight on the surface when the time comes, but it doesn't happen right away. I think what we actually have to do is get on the other side of this bridge. I'm hoping I didn't screw it up by talking to him there. Because that can happen sometimes. As we saw with Liliana, there are points where you can just, like, lose the ability to initiate certain dialogue options.
Darkspawn, slay them all.
You did a great job. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Like, you know, one of the things that I always try to do is, like, I always try to avoid, like, negativity. And one of the things I was kind of worried about with that series in particular is that it's kind of based on, like, negative associations, like, feelings that I had towards something back in the day. So, I mean, I do try to put positive spins on them if I can. Some books are a little harder to do that for than others, like that Sonic's Handbook. It's really rough to do that one, and there's a couple of other ones that have been suggested, and a couple of other ones that I have planned, but as a general rule, I try not to be, like, super negative. Oh, took care of that guy. And that's why, like, I'll always throw in the line that, you know, just because I feel that way doesn't mean that it's necessarily, like, a bad product. It's just not a good product for me, and there's a difference there. So I want to say, now that we've cleared everything, we should start seeing those dwarves running across the bridge here any second. There they are. Or there he is.
Well, Grey Warden, I'll give you credit for backbone. You dug a line through the spawn. Still no sense in your head, but you've got skill. Why? You lived here, you know. When the time comes, I'll care for a good dwarven reason. Son, wondering what your life would be. We accept anyone.
Yeah,
Now,
okay.
revered in it, you'd be lucky to get it. Is your warden oath any better? At least we must be revered. I hear the Grey Wardens have lost. Good luck, Grey
Okay,
Warden.
nope, that's, so yeah, I guess I just... That was kind of what I was afraid of. There is, like, a persuade dialogue option. There's... I think there's a quest that I can do, like a side quest, where I can talk to the Shaperit and have the Legion of the Dead be considered an actual caste, so that they can join the war, but... Oh well, whatever. Wait, does this trigger it? I don't think so. It's fine. It's not a huge deal. Like, it doesn't really have any impact
Don't
on...
met, Grey Warden. Have you found your paragon or just the dust she left? Like dusters have heard of respect. But if you're looking for paragons,
Yeah,
you may as
no,
well
we're
look
just...
for the anvil. And let us know if you find any And Warden, watch yourself.
Yeah, okay. Oh well, it's like I said, it's not a huge deal. It's just one of those things, like, you get a little extra experience for. But I think we're doing all right. So, I guess some of the things I could sort of do in these streams are maybe talk about, like, I really hate self-promotion, like I really do. It's one of the reasons why I never ask for people to subscribe or do anything like that. Like, you know, I just don't feel comfortable doing it. But I guess there are times where, like, I'll get comments on a video, and I just kind of want to talk about it maybe on stream, so I can try to get my thoughts out without having to type everything, out, and with my tendonitis in my shoulder kind of flaring up, it makes it harder to type stuff. So, and actually, it was my friend that made this comment because he really liked the book. He's the one that kind of inspired me, for lack of a better word, to do the video in the first place. But one of the things that I talked about in Libris Mortis was just the lack of, like, world building, like the lack of lore. There was a little bit, but the book was very crunchy. Like, it was more focused on mechanics than like looking at it from like an ecology standpoint, I guess. I don't know if I'm kind of saying that right or not. But when I sort of had mentioned that point, that the Draconomicon had just, you know, tons of pages dedicated to, a lot of it's just dedicated to flavor. And my friend had responded that, and I will try to come up with some sort of, like, version of this to type out. But he'd stated that, you know, the Draconomicon was able to do that because dragons have had, you know, all kinds of lore already established in D&D, and with the variety of undead, you know, they've just never really had that. And it's like, you know, it's a fair point. And it's probably accurate. Like, you know, there are certain types of undead that I think have had more backstory, or sort of more lore built around them. Like, obviously vampires, you know, and ghosts and stuff like that will have sort of their creation, you know, how they're created pretty plainly. But, and it's something that I almost kind of wish I would have discussed this with them before doing the video, because this is a point that I would have put in the video. Because, like, the thing that I said was that that the book was kind of missed potential. Because it was so focused on, like, the crunchy bits and not as much on, you know, world building or lore or fluff, whatever you want to call it. You know, the fact that just because there's not already pre-established stuff, that shouldn't be the excuse. Like, I kind of think that, like, sure, okay, maybe there's not a lot of lore around these creatures that, you know, they could just rely on when they started the book, right? But that kind of book is also the opportunity for you to create that lore, right? Like, it's the opportunity to like, say, like, this is how ghouls were created, like, this is how the first ghoul. And again, you could just have it be totally, what's the word? Apocryphal? You could just have it be, you could just basically have it be lore, right? Like, it doesn't have to be, like, even lore within the context of the game, right? It doesn't have to be, like, this is the definitive answer, but they could have done something and let, you know, that sort of be the starting point, and then you could have, you know, elaborations or embellishments, or you can sort of change those stories over time. Like the Lords of Madness goes over the biology of how beholders are created, and because that biological description, you know, to be fair, was pretty gross. When 5th edition came out, they decided to change it up a little bit and just have it be that, oh no, they dream themselves into existence. And one of the things that I was kind of thinking of, because I've never liked that explanation, when they've already had, like, an explanation that they could have used, but, you know, because they established that, hey, you know, the information contained here in this book isn't necessarily reliable. It could, excuse me, just, it could be a situation where Volo knows the actual truth, but is so horrified by it that he makes up the whole dreaming themselves into existence thing. And but that's fine, right? Because you can do that. Like, you can take those two very different explanations and try to find a way. Whoops. And try to find a way to have them like not contradict one another. You could add, like, again, it could just be, yeah, it's such a gross way of doing it that they decided not to do it. Like, he just decided to write something completely different and off the wall, just to avoid the actual truth, right? In that book, I think, and for Libris Mortis, I think that would have been a perfect opportunity. and that's why I was disappointed. Now, I will say, like, looking back at it, there were aspects that I totally hated the first time I read it. Like, when I first got the book, I was just so, like, I was so let down by what I saw that I basically just didn't give anything credit in the book. But a lot of the pre-made stats that they used were creative. Like, were actually really creative, and it's not something that you normally see. So that was a point that I really wanted to make in that video, because it's important. Like I said, it's important to always try to find the positive. But but my response to the whole, like, well, there's not a ton of pre-established lore. You have to establish lore somewhere. Like, it has to come from somewhere, and if it doesn't exist yet, then you get to be the one to make it up. And that would have been a really cool book to do that for. Now, the 4th edition Open Grave book, so the 4th edition had their own Book of the Undead, and I have to go back and look at that one, because I remember liking that one a lot more, but I don't know if they had that stuff either, so that's something I'll have to sort of look back at. Try voice to text. I don't think I have anything that does that right now. Maybe through my phone. I might be able to do that through my phone. I do have YouTube Creator Studio on my phone, so that might be something I can do. And yes, it does leave room to apply your... Yeah, and like, totally, like, if you don't like the lore that's provided, you absolutely feel free to create your own, but like I said, just the lack of something being there shouldn't stop you from trying to, be the one to start it, I guess, is just the point that I want to make there. I feel like I'm missing stuff, but I don't think I am. Alright, nope, we're good. So yeah, so the same friend also suggested that I talk about, like, the Book of Exalted Deeds and the Book of, oh god, spiders, really, and the Book of Vile Darkness. And those are definitely things that I do want to talk about. They won't. I don't think they'll be the next ones in that series. And I also do want to start a series where I sort of look at the opposite. Is this the ancient? Yeah, there's the ancient Darkspawn. Because there are some books that, you sort of get, like, rose-colored glasses over, rose-tinted glass, whatever the expression is, over, and there are certain things where it's just like, in the same way, like, something that you didn't like, over time, like, the minor things that cause you to not like it feel like they're more and more significant. I think the same thing can happen with, things that you like. Like, you feel nostalgic over, like, for example, there's been a few times where I've gone back to try to watch shows that I loved as a kid, and some of them held up, and others just really didn't. So, and the Draconomicon is a book to do that for, I think. is a book where I can sort of say, like, this is one that I remember really liking. But the question is, like, is it, is it as good as I remember it? So I do want to take both approaches. Because, like I said, I don't want to start going down the road of just constant negativity, because it's a really easy thing, a trap to sort of fall into. And unfortunately, a lot of times on the internet, negativity gets you more views than positivity. And it's unfortunate. It's just the way things are. And I always try to be balanced. Like, I always try to be balanced in how I, like, approach reviews, or how I approach, right, looking at things. So even if there's something, if there's a book that I really like and I think is great, but there's something that is kind of like a weak point in it, I will try to point that out, which is funny, because I've had people accuse me, and I think the same person actually in separate videos accused me of sugarcoating everything. And then in another video where I was, praising something, but just pointed out, like, one thing that I wasn't quite a fan of. I think it was Curse of Strahd, actually, because I had mentioned that I really loved the adventure, and I really loved the Death House introductory chapter, but the ending of it was really weak. And so this person that accused me of sugarcoating stuff in the past, when I actually criticized something, while still giving, like, the overall product a really glowing review, this same person told me that I was just needlessly nitpicking, so you kind of can't win. Oh, hey, speaking of Curse of Strahd, hey, roll stats. The world has more than enough negativity. Yeah, no, I agree. I've actually pretty much reached the point where I just don't go on social media at all anymore. Like, I just can't. Like, the only thing I ever do on Twitter, like, I have certain people on there, like Master the Game and a couple of others, that I'll go specifically on their pages, and if they, I'll try to, like, retweet stuff that that they did that I think is cool, or like some of the game companies like Paizo or Free League, or some of those other ones. Like, I'll retweet some of their stuff, but I don't look at the news feeds, and I don't look at the trending anymore. My wife found a way, or like I don't know if she found it or if she made it, but there was something that she did on her computer where she just, like, completely removed the trending section. And at first I was like, well, no, I don't want to mess with settings like that, but you know what? I'm kind of at the point where I just want to do that. They don't get their views from me. Oh, well, thank you. Like I said, I do try to be, I try to balance things out, like, as best I can. I'd rather roll stats. I'd rather rearrange my sock drawer than look at Twitter right now. Yeah, it's bad. I think so. It's one of those things, and as a parent, I feel like this is kind of a cliche thing for me to say, but it's the way that I feel. Like, it's not that I'm mad, or like upset when I see this stuff on Twitter. I'm just disappointed. Right, I guess that's the point, or the problem. It's just, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, and I don't know, like, I don't know, I don't know. But let's try to focus on the positive, right? So let's just have some fun, play some Dragon Age, maybe talk about some other other D&D books, or other just RPG stuff in general. Speaking of roll stats, he did convince me twisted the rubber arm, so to speak, into picking up the Cyberpunk Red starter set, which I did like an unboxing video for. I'm slowly learning the mechanics. And it looks interesting. It does look like a really kind of cool system. It's not quite within... When are we playing Cyberpunk? Well, once I get a little more familiar, because I was just going to say, it's not quite within my, like, comfort level right now. Because I was never big on... I'm not big on technology in general. So, like, a very tech-heavy RPG system is honestly kind of intimidating to me. Because I don't know a lot of technology terms. And I don't want to get, like... I just don't want to get them wrong, I guess. Which is funny, because again, like, my wife is the director of threat intelligence for a cybersecurity company, and I know nothing about any of this stuff, so...
Darkspawn, slay them all.
But it does look really cool, I have to say. And it kind of makes me want to get the Cyberpunk video game. And I saw someone post about it. I forget who it was. Geez, maybe it was a Master of the Game? Anyway, like I saw someone somewhere say, like, ask the question, actually, you know what? It was actually on YouTube. It was a video game channel. It was one of their polls that they put up, but they basically asked, like, now that Cyberpunk was it 2077 or whatever, like the question was, like, now that they've patched some of the things, are you more inclined to play it? And I actually, I don't answer a lot of those polls unless it's like a channel that, like, I know the person running it personally, or if it's a smaller channel to help with engagement. But like, yeah, I think I am kind of interested. I actually looked it up on the Microsoft Store here on the Xbox Series X, and they're still charging, like, full price, like $70-$80 for it. So we're not doing that. Like, I'm not that interested in playing a potentially still very buggy RPG. But at like Walmart, I think they have it down to like 20 or like 25, or it's between 20 and 30, but I think it's $20, so I might be interested in picking that up. Have the missus write you the adventures. She understands the technology, but probably not the genre. I don't know. I mean, I guess there are certain things that I might have to ask her about when it comes to tech terms. All right, so we have Ogren here. He has gained a level, so we can give him a second specialization. He is already a berserker, so I think the other thing that we're going to give him... Geez, I think we gave Sten this too, but I'm going to give him the Reaver one. I still don't know if I'm ever going to give points into it, but it does give, like, +1 to con and resistance to physical attacks. So, yeah, we'll go with that. And he uses two-handed, so I think he just needs strength and con. Cyberpunk, it's buggy, not gonna lie, but it's worth it. Kind of obsessed with... Yeah. Oh, do they not have the updates for the Series X yet? If that's the case, I probably will wait. Although I might still buy it just to have it, but wait to seriously try playing it for when they do that, because... Like I said, I think that's the reason why the new D&D Dark Alliance game works all right for me. Was because it is on the newer, like, I am running it on the newer system. Oh geez, he's already got, like, all that stuff maxed out. All right, yeah, let's give him a Reaver thing, and then for my character. All right, so I don't think we need any more strength. So I might just do just con right now. The update for the Series X is coming soon. Okay. I actually think they put it. Oh, okay. I might have to look into that because like CD Projekt Red does good stuff. Like I, I'm a huge fan of The Witcher 3, which I have on the Switch. I kind of want to try it on the Series X just to see. It's the same game. Like there's nothing omitted. But just sort of see the difference in the graphical differences. But the Switch version was amazing. Sword Talent. I heard that the Call of Cthulhu Keeper book has things like vampires and werewolves. Yeah, they do. So they have like their mythos horrors, but then I think they have a section for. I can't remember what they call it. I don't know if they call it like other horrors or something along those lines. But yeah, they've got like vampires and werewolves and ghouls and skeletons. The skeletons are actually kind of cool, and I did use them in a Call of Cthulhu game. Because like skeletons don't have hit points. So the system for like to defeat a skeleton is just hold on, I gotta take a sip of tea. Just give me a second here. I'll be right back. So yeah, so like skeletons, they don't have hit points. What happens is whenever you attack them, like the player, if they hit, they roll damage, and each point of damage, I think, translates to like 5% chance to destroy the skeleton outright. So you could have someone hit them once and like drop a skeleton, but then you could have another one. Speaking of skeletons, come on, guys. You could have another one that just they keep hitting, they keep doing damage to, but it just you just never roll the percentage to actually destroy it. Which I want to say happened. Like I think there was the first skeleton they attacked. I think died really super easy, but then there was another one that took like several hits before it dropped. And if I recall correctly. Oh, I will have to go through this in a second. But I think I want to say that it's also not cumulative. So I think the percentage range is dependent on that specific attack's damage. So it's not one of those things where you can just keep hitting it and just keep piling up the percentage points until it's finally like 100% chance that you're going to destroy it. So like it actually makes skeletons scary in that game to fight. And I mean, and to be fair, if you're fighting in Call of Cthulhu, you probably messed up.
I wish to know your opinion of love.
Uh-oh. This feels like a trap. Thinking of a Dark Shadows 1920 style mythos mix in. Yeah, that sounds really cool actually. But yeah, it has all kinds of stuff in that book. It's a good book. It's one of my favorite RPG books. It's just I don't have enough days to run stuff. Like I'm sure I could fill every single day of the week with a different RPG, but first of all I don't have the energy for that in my old age, and second I don't think I can get enough people to want to play that many different things.
You and I have been intimate, for one. We have been close for some time now.
Yes, we have.
Impressive in many ways, and you even protected me from Flemeth without hope of reward. I feel anxious when I look upon you. I dislike this sense of dependency. 'Tis a weakness I abhor. If this is love, I wish to ascertain that you do not feel the same.
Okay, well, I'm definitely not going to say I don't love you. I don't know. Like I said, this feels like an absolute trap, and it's been so long since I've done like the romance with Morrigan. I really don't remember what the best answer is here. So I guess what say you, chat? Should I select? Option 1, are you saying that you love me? Number 2, and if I do love you. Number 3, no, I certainly don't love you. Or number 4, if that's how you feel, then we should stop. I don't really want to do number 4, so maybe just 1, 2, or 3. Two? Alright, let's do 2. And if I do love you...
fools, and we need to do something immediately. I have allowed myself to become too close. This is a weakness for us both.
Alright, well, let's just keep going down this rabbit hole, I guess.
You are not listening to me. Do not be such a fool. This is for your own good. I am not like other women. I am not worth your distraction, and you are not worth mine. Perhaps you are right. We enjoy each other's company. Why make it more than it is? I think you will regret it in the end, but so be it.
Yeah, probably. Whoa! Okay. Disapproves -20, eh? Do I have any gifts to give her? Can I, like, buy her off? Oh, actually, I think I can. Where are you, Morrigan?
Interesting.
Oh, well, maybe not.
Interesting. Interesting.
We'll get her. We'll get her back there. I can always just buy the generic thoughtful gift. Oh, but that was a dialogue option I did not even mean to initiate, so... And actually, like, speaking of Call of Cthulhu, I have been invited to join a Pulp Cthulhu game. So, like, roll stats if you're here. If you're still here, if you're still with me, that's one that you're in. I haven't made a character yet. I don't know really what I'm going to do. Just kind of looking at a few different options. Oh, okay, this is so, yeah, alright. Just bear with me here. Okay, we're not quite there yet. But we do hear this, like, woman's voice sort of doing this almost like... I feel like it's inspired by the Freddy Krueger song. Maybe not. It talks about days, but... Luther Louis Styles. So there were 2 characters I was kind of considering for the Call of Cthulhu, Pulp Cthulhu, which is the more action-oriented version of, like, Call of Cthulhu. It's basically the version of Call of Cthulhu you play if you want to be able to fight things. So I was kind of thinking of making, like, a former professional wrestler who thinks he's a bigger deal than he really is. Now she does feast as she's become. And I do have some props that I could use to go along with that I'm kind of tempted to do. And then the other was just like a... I think that was basically like a dim-witted scientist. Is that... Yeah, that's the one with Juice and BN Drake and roll stats, so... I'm looking forward to it. Drake's running that, right? Like, BN Drake is the one running that, and he's a great guy. Like, I mean, they're all great guys. It's a really fun group that I've been really enjoying doing gaming stuff with.
I am cruel to myself.
I don't know if he's uploaded the last video of our old school Essentials game, but that session was... It was probably the most fun that I've had as a player in a long time. So if he hasn't put that one out yet, when he does, because I haven't checked like my YouTube subscriptions in a little bit. But when that does come out, like that's one that I definitely have to try to boost because it was such a fun session. Yes, this she's looking a little off, so we're going to examine her. So she appears to be suffering from high fever. Her skin is pale and she is covered in dark blotches.
First day they come and catch everyone.
Yeah, so she's being corrupted by Darkspawn, the taint of the Darkspawn, but it's very
Corruption.
different for her.
The men did that. Their wounds festered, and their minds left. They are like dogs, marched ahead, the first to die. Not us, not me, not Laren. We are not cut. We are fed. Friends, and flesh, and blood, and bile, and all I could do was wish Laren went first. I wished it upon her so that I would be spared, but I had to watch. I had to see the change. How do you endure that? How did Branka endure? Do not talk of Branka, of what she did. Ancestors preserve us. Forgive me. I was her captain, and I didn't stop her.
She looks
Her
like a
lover,
Resident Evil
and
NPC.
I
Can't
cannot
argue that.
turn her. Forgive her. But no, she cannot.
Oh yeah, that old school Essentials game. I'm not going to spoil it because I don't think the video's out yet, but we see Ox abandon his convictions incredibly quickly. It was almost like, I refuse to do this. Oh, come on, and you've convinced me. Like it's just, it was a fantastic session. I haven't had that much fun in a long time.
I will not speak of her, of what she did, of what we have become. I will not turn. I will not become what I have seen. Not Laren, not Branka.
Alright, so we're going to learn a little bit about where Darkspawn babies come from. So all the Darkspawn that we've seen so far have been males. Like, they've been just, like, male Hurlocks or male Genlocks. But, yeah, we're gonna see where they all come from and how they're made. Pair of ogres. I'm really looking forward to the next session of that old school adventures game. Like, I know it was supposed to be a one-shot, or maybe not one shot might not be the best term for it, but it was meant to be like a single self-contained adventure that just kind of like it did go on to a second adventure, and I really looking forward to the next one. Oh, this is just an ominous door.
We tried to escape, but they found us. They took us all.
I'm thinking for that Call of Cthulhu game though, or Pulp Cthulhu. I guess I should try to distinguish between the two. I think I am gonna go with the ex-pro wrestler, because I know Juice is a big wrestling fan, so he might get some of the references that I throw in there. Oh, so I think that's what I'm gonna go with. Alright, so we got a Legion of the Dead relic. And then we have this Legionnaire Altar. So this is where we pick up the key to that ominous door, and we also get the helm. So we basically complete the Legion quest,
More enemies ahead!
or the armor set. Oh, okay, and that's what gives us the quest to add the Legion into the. I think as their own cast, but. And then, of course, once we do that, the spirits of all these dwarves, these Legion dwarves, start attacking us because we're technically defiling. We're technically defiling this tomb.
The men they kill, they're merciful. They want to touch, to move.
All right. So the ominous door is unlocked.
They took Lara.
So yeah, we're about to go into kind of a gross boss fight here.
Our friends. She tore off her husband's face and drank his blood.
Right. So if you haven't heard that, essentially what the Darkspawn do is they force, if they capture a female, if they capture a woman, they force feed her like Darkspawn flesh and the flesh of her allies. And we're auto-saving, which means, you know...
She grew. She swelled and turned gray, and she smelled like them. They remade her in their image. Then she made more of them.
So yeah, and eventually that transforms her into
Mother.
a brood mother.
More of the feast ahead!
Alright, oh, that was a bad time to take a drink of tea. So yeah, so here we have the thing that spawns Darkspawn. So basically, yeah, so the Darkspawn feed her living flesh, and she uses that to birth. More Darkspawn. Shale. Okay, hold on. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose anyone if I can avoid it. So you can fight the tentacles and stuff as well, which is probably a good idea because they can grab you, they can stun you. She also summons Darkspawn during the fight, but we're just gonna do what we can here. Punish her. And she's dead. Dang, that's ugly, yeah. Yeah, they made it pretty gross.
That's where they come from. That's why they hate us. That's why they need us. That's why they take us. That's why they feed us. But the true abomination is not that it occurred, but that it was allowed. Branka, my love. The stone has punished me, dream friend. I am dying of something worse than death. Betrayal. That's
All right, yeah. So that's where So this is where Darkspawn babies come from. So here's the idea. Ox doesn't judge Merrick for aspiring to be a lich. He deserves a little leeway when it comes to blooding his sword, right? Yeah, alright. I mean, I'm glad none of us went into that campaign hoping to create a paladin, because that wouldn't have worked. Alright, now, so here's sort of the interesting thing about Shale, because I think we still got a few levels to go, but Shale's running out of abilities. And I can't remember if we actually fill all of them or not. Like, believe it or not, we're actually kind of getting close to the end of this game. And now I gotta remember which way to... Just make sure there's no hidden treasure chests. Alright, no, we just make our way to the Anvil of the Void. I'm tempted to go back to Orzammar just to trade. I'd like to sell off some stuff, but I think I'll be alright. I'm sure there's a few things I can always just drop or destroy if I have to free up inventory space.
Bronca is anywhere. This has to be it. She will not be unprepared.
What was that?
Let me
And
be
now we're
blunt
trapped.
with you. After all this time, my tolerance for social graces is fairly limited. That doesn't bother you, I hope.
Well, shave my back and call me an elf. Bronca, by the stone, I barely recognized you.
Ogren, it figures you'd eventually find your way here. Hopefully you can find your way back more easily. And how shall I address you? Hired sword of the latest lordling to come looking for me? Or just the only one who didn't mind Ogren's ale breath?
Be respectful, woman. You're talking to a Grey Warden.
Ah, so an important errand boy, then. I suppose something serious has happened. Is Endrin dead? That seems most likely. He was on the old and wheezy side.
No, I mean, yeah, basically.
Then what is your involvement in this? Why would a surfacer be interested in dwarven politics? You must have a patron. A highly placed patron. And they must want something in particular. Now, what might that be? I don't care if the Assembly puts a drunken monkey on the throne. Because our protector, our great invention, the thing that once made our armies the envy of the world, is lost to the very Darkspawn it should be fighting. The Anvil of the Void. The means by which the ancients forged their army of golems and held off the first archdemon ever to rise. It's here. So close I can taste it.
Yeah, but of course there's a catch. Speaking of paladins, I know we're starting Curse of Strahd, but I don't want to... Oh no, okay, yeah. So, we're definitely gonna pick that back up for sure. I absolutely want to finish that arc, and it's just a matter. I guess it's just a matter of when. I still think what I'll probably end up doing is, because I've been thinking about it. I think just the break from running and playing for a little bit will recharge the batteries enough for me to finish that particular 5e game.
The anvil lies on the other side of a gauntlet of traps designed by Karadan.
Or not finish, but I guess like finish that story arc, and then focus a little bit on the 3.5 game.
This has lasting
just because that's a full like first through 20th level. Actually, I think you technically reach epic level in that campaign path or adventure path. So I kind of want to be able to get that finished in a decent amount of time. But we're definitely not abandoning those characters for sure.
Enough questions. If you wish me to get involved with this imbecilic election, I must first have the anvil. There's only one way out, Warden. Forward. Through Karadan's maze.
And yeah, Otto is a great character. Like
what has this place done?
Like I said, I'd say I've been feeling a little bit of burnout.
You could talk to for 1 minute and see her brilliance.
Running the 5th edition game for like the last few sessions, but basically, like, Otto's the reason that I want to keep that game going, because I love that character too, and I definitely want to see where things go, or just see how far he'll try to push things. Because he's a fantastic character. So that was Bronca. She's obsessed with finding this legendary Anvil of the Void, which is the supposedly what is used to create golems. And she's become so obsessed that she has literally sacrificed her entire house, her entire family, servants, armored guards, everything, to try to find it.
Sent them in. Pledged to be my house, and they didn't want to help. They tried to leave me, even my Hespeth. But even she couldn't understand that when you reach for greatness, there are...
Yeah, so she's just sort of, yeah.
Many sacrifices.
She's upset that everyone decided that maybe it's not worth the price that they're being asked to pay, but it's too late by that point. I have to say, I'm loving the 3.5 game as well. Losing Bash is a blow, but I'm looking forward to clearing the door. Yeah, Bashy was another. Bashy was another great character. Your half orc, your half orc barbarian, who was trying to suppress the barbarian aspect of his personality. That I was upset when that happened, but what happened, right?
Endless supply, fresh Darkspawn.
I think the only thing I would have done differently is if I could have gone, if I could have made the decision over again, I would have just gone with inflict wounds instead of death touch. Because at least with the inflict light wound or the inflict wounds. Although it wasn't going to be inflict... No, I guess it had to be inflict light. I think they only had it for 6 months. That doesn't outright kill you, but you can still reach -10, right? And if you reach -10, you're still dead. But with Death Touch, all you had to do was reach 0.
No right to fight me. They say your orders now.
Very well.
But yeah, the 3.5 is a more lethal system.
Shall be done.
Is that okay to say? And there's a lot of stuff that, like, there's a lot of save or die stuff that happens later in the game as well. I never know why some of these will run so far out.
Darkspawn has sensed us. Shall be done. Very well. Our skill has won the day.
I think the dwarf is going to be a really good character too. I'm sure of it. Alright, come on, I want to loot your body here. It's my fault. Okay, so I'm reading the message in chat here. This isn't me saying it, but so yeah, roll stats. It was my fault completely. I actually had a potion of healing. I got so caught up in the moment I completely forgot. Oh yeah. Well yeah. So yeah, that's how you know it's a great game. Got caught up in the moment, forgot the mechanics. Well, yeah, I guess that's... yeah, I guess that's true. That is sort of a compliment, but it still feels bad. Especially when a character has, like, just a ton of personality. Like, as a DM, like, I find I'll get attached to the characters that the players make, and it's just... It's always a sad day when they die. I guess I should disclose. I mean, it's not going to mean anything to the people watching, but I'm running Savage Tide, which is from Dungeon Magazine. It was the last Paizo-based adventure path, which adventure paths were essentially the thing that they were so well received that when Wizards killed the magazine, like that's the reason Pathfinder even exists. Like at first it was just a way for them to keep to honor their subscriptions, so they created like Pathfinder, they created like the adventure paths. Like the first few were actually for D&D 3.5. But anyway, so like I'm trying to run that adventure, like that campaign pretty straight. But the mimic, like the board mimic that just wanted to get out of the dungeon area that it was trapped in for probably like decades. The mimic that the group was affectionately named Chesty. That's not actually in the adventure. However, oh yeah, I gotta do something with this poison gas here. However, the Shackled City adventure path did have mimics. In the very first installment, so it's not without precedent. But I always like to give like a potential like mascot kind of character for the players to do stuff with. And the Age of Worms adventure path also had an opportunity to do something like that. I think you can essentially get a baby owlbear like early on in the campaign. Okay, why is there still poison gas? Okay, no, I don't want to open. I want to close. Alright, I think we're just gonna go. But yeah, so like in Age of Worms, you can get this baby owlbear. And one of the villains can actually, like, one of the ways that they try to get the players to do something for them, if the players actually adopted that baby owlbear, would be to like try to kidnap it, right? So like when running that adventure path back in the day, the group did adopt the baby owlbear, and it did get kidnapped, and it made the players like pissed. It was such an effective way to get them to sort of get them hooked against this villain sort of thing. But so ever since then, I just kind of like incorporating stuff like that into the games. So like in the Rime of the Frost game one that we had, there is the baby white dragon. They found they actually found the baby white dragon before the campaign switched over to Rime of the Frost Maiden. But so like so that group has that, and I just like there was a whole section like so there was a location that the players were trapped in the Savage Side adventure path, and like half of the complex was literally just like there was a map for it, but there were no room descriptions. There were no set encounters. There were a few encounters in there, but basically it was like, here's just, you know, a number of creatures, you can spread them out sort of thing. But I wanted there to be something, and it's like, well, you know what, a mimic that's bored because it's been decades and it hasn't been able to, it's not evil, like it just likes to scare people when it turns into its mimic form. I don't know, I thought that'd be sort of an interesting creature. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Otto in the 5th edition game has Susan, his pet mammoth. Yeah, Susan's great too. All right, so here is a boss fight. So there's this multi-faced... It reminds me of the Quintessons from the Transformer movies. But basically it's just these stone faces. And you have to basically destroy the anvils that they're connected to. So, like, you destroy the creature that they summon, and then you interact with this anvil, and it will destroy one of the faces. And you have to do that for each of them, so... There's a second one. I can't remember if the eyes, like, if they come back or not. I mean, it's an interesting boss fight, but it's kind of a weird one. Okay, yeah, they must, because the first one slid again. I love that Chesty has arms but uses his tongue for everything. Yeah. So Chesty was just like completely improvised too. Like I didn't have a plan going into it. By any stretch of the imagination, it's just like this might be kind of fun to do. But yeah, so the mimic. Are we good? No, we're not good. Yeah, so the mimic, like, it's in the form of a treasure chest, and it has arms that it uses, like, it'll push the arms in and use it, like, almost like feet. But whenever it goes to do something, like to grab something, or like to, instead of, like, holding a hand out to receive something, it will literally just use its tongue. And it like, warps the tip of its tongue to, like, have... It almost looks like a hand in a glove, so it'll do like thumbs ups or stuff like that, but it uses its tongue. I don't know. I guess it's dumb, but it's I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun to do. And I think the group likes Chesty, so overall. And as much as I love, like, written adventures, because I find them super helpful for someone who doesn't have a lot of time, I am 100% of the mind that you should be fully, free to alter things as you see fit. I don't want to do it too much with the magazine adventures, because I want to review the adventure path, and I kind of want to review it based on the way that it's written. But if I can sprinkle a few things in, then I'll do that.
My name is Carradine. Once, longer ago than I care to think, I was a paragon to the dwarves of Orzammar.
Carradine, the Paragon Smith. Alive?
Ah, there is a voice I recognize. Shale of the House of Kadash. Step forward.
You know my name. Is it you that forged me then? Is it you that gave me my name?
Have you forgotten then? It has been so long. I made you into the golem you are now, Shale. But before that you were a dwarf, just as I was. The finest warrior to serve King Valtor, and the only woman to volunteer.
The only woman? A dwarf?
I laid you on the anvil.
Roll stats, hate to bail early tonight. Well, thanks, man. I always appreciate you coming in. No, I understand,
The anvil of the void.
Work and stuff to pay the bills is definitely a priority. It's always great, getting to chat with you a little bit. And is that Pulp Cthulhu game this week? Like, is it tomorrow, or is it another week? I'm not quite clear on when the next one of those is. But either way, if it's not then I will definitely see you for the first session of your Curse of Strahd game, which I'm really looking forward to. I've got my character made for that, and I think the background that I came up with will work really well in a horror game. Also, feel free to do whatever you need to with that background to torment my character.
Though I made many things in my time, I rose to fame and earned my status based on a single item. The anvil of the
Believe it's next week. Okay, cool. Well, anyway, yeah, like I said, thanks a lot, man, for hanging out. It's always great, and yeah, get some rest. And I'll see you next week, or maybe or on Friday when I do my Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic stream as well. You know, no pressure. No, like I'm not expecting you to be there for that one, but it'll be either then or next game session.
The Darkspawn were pressing in. Originally, I only took volunteers, the bravest of souls, willing to trade their very lives for the chance to defend their homeland. But King Valtor became greedy. He began to force men, casteless and criminals, his political enemies, all of them were to be given to the anvil. It took feeling the hammer's blow myself to realize the height of my crimes.
Alright, so golems, they're not constructs in the way that we think of them in D&D. They create, like, the bodies for them, but they actually are inhabited with the souls of dwarves that, well, like you said, initially they volunteered for this one-way transformation, but then it started getting forced on people.
Not revenge. The blow of the hammer opened my eyes. My apprentices knew enough to make me as I am, but not enough to fashion a control rod. I retained my mind. You were amongst the most loyal, Shale. You remained at my side throughout, and at the end, I sent you away out of mercy.
I do not remember.
We have remained entombed here ever since, and I have sought a way to destroy the anvil. Alas, I cannot do it myself. No golem can touch it.
No! The anvil is mine! No!
And if you want to complete Shale's personal quest, you have to bring Shale with you for this interaction.
You speak of things I do not remember. You say we fought. Did you use our control rods to command us to do so?
I destroyed the rods. Perhaps my apprentices eventually learned to replace the rods. I do not know. But if so, then all they need is the anvil to make all the slaves they need. You, please, help me destroy the anvil. Do not let it enslave more souls than it already has.
So this was actually a decision I was originally going to put up as a poll, because here you have to side with either Branka or Caridin. But I'm going to side with Caridin because, like, Shale's been one of my favorite characters, and Branka's kind of evil, right? So I don't feel bad sort of turning against her, but so, like, we need, and both of them are Paragons, and I need a Paragon support to crown a new king. Doesn't matter which one it is, but we're definitely destroying it. We're definitely siding with Caridin here.
Don't listen! He's been trapped here for 1,000 years, stewing in his own madness. Help me.
Yes, he's the mad
anvil,
one.
and you will have an army like you've never seen!
Branka, you mad, bleeding nugtail! Does this thing mean so much to you that you can't even see what you've lost to get it?
Look around. Is this what our empire should look like? A crumbling tunnel filled with darkspawn spume? The anvil will let us take back our glory!
So the other thing with this choice, if you choose to side with Branka and keep the anvil, you gain access to golems in like the very final section of the game. When you're going through like the very final encounter, you can call on allies, and if you keep the anvil, there's actually golems that you can summon with that. But we're not doing that because yeah, the anvil enslaves
So
living
it
souls.
fights with Caradin? Good. That seems right.
Have you no desire to discover this anvil's potential? It is a marvel, a tool of creation. You could rival
sorry,
the
Morgan,
maker
I'll just buy
himself
back your
with this
affection later.
instrument. If you destroy the anvil, I swear you will regret it. You would not dare. I would rather not find out. Fine. Destroy it if it pleases you.
Thank you, stranger. Your compassion shames me.
Bah! You're not the only master smith here, Caradin. Golems, obey me! Attack!
A control room! My friend! You must help me! I cannot stop her alone!
So I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, Ogren's obviously going to disapprove because that's his wife. But yeah, I don't think Caradin actually fights at all in this one. Like, he's paralyzed by the control rod. All right, golems, enough of that. Yeah, see, my golem can knock you back too. Oh, okay, I forgot about her little thing where she can mirror image herself. Oh, that's gotta be the real one. She can disappear after the first hit. Oh yeah, some of the golems do fight for us. Okay, that's cool. Hey Ogren, sorry about that. I didn't mean to decapitate your wife, but, yeah, I mean, she was insane. Probably wouldn't have ended well for you.
Another life lost because of my invention. I wish no mention of it had made it into history.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Stupid woman. Always knew the anvil would kill her.
How is it that the woman was not able to disable me as she did you, Caradin?
I do not know. Have you been altered?
I once had a pathetic little mage of a master. He did something to me, experimented on me, and then I killed him, and it rendered me paralyzed.
Perhaps he was bringing forth old memories, and caused you to remember the time when you fought at my side. The paralysis
possible, I guess.
you speak of always resulted when the Master perished. As for your free will, you were always a strong woman, Shell. I am pleased to see you remain such.
I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Do not thank me.
So there's the reveal. Shale was actually a woman, which, like, there are clues to it when you're going through. And I think when we first got Shale, I slipped up and I actually did say, like, she. But yeah, so Shale's actually a woman. Like, she talks about, like, how the crystals are slimming and, you know, stuff like that. Or anyway, there were definitely some clues, but
A final favor
this is the big reveal.
Yeah. I don't suppose you can bring Bronca back. Maybe make her a golem like you.
I would not do such a thing to her, even if I could.
Somehow I didn't think so. Well, and I don't want anything that would remind me of this. Best it's just done. There is still the matter of the election. I mean, we still need a paragon to get the Assembly support, right?
For the aid you've given me, I shall put hammer to steel one last time, and give you a crown for the king of your choice.
So this is kind of a cool little scene. You get to see him, like, actually forging something a bit. I can't remember, like, if you side with Bronca, I can't remember if she just goes back with you and announces her choice at the assembly, or if she creates the crown, because she's a smith too. And to be honest, I think I've only actually sided with Bronca like once.
There, it is done. Give it to whom you will. I do not wish to hear their names, nor anything more of them. I have already lived far beyond my time. I have no place here.
Alright, and you can see, like, the anvil looks, you know, cracked, and but the golem can't destroy it. It has to be destroyed by a person, and we just did that. And then Caridin.
You have my eternal thanks, stranger. A trust in all Tunshire. May you always find your way in the dark.
And Caridin just melts himself down because he is tired of existing. So, there you go. But we got most of Ogren's approval back, so there's that. So one important thing to do, to make sure that you do... Ah, crap. Only one thing, eh?
Much to do.
Whoops. So there is one really important thing to do here. Let's just see, is there anything I can... Oh, medium silver bar.
Interesting.
Oregon. There we go. So there is a list of names for people that volunteered to be converted into golems. It's really important that you take this. I'm pretty sure it's there regardless of whether you actually have the DLC for Shale or not, but I'm pretty sure it's also super important to Shale's backstory. So the writing is in Dwarven, and it appears to be a long list of names, each of which, or each with the stamp of their house next to them. You do recognize a few of the house names. At the bottom of the lists are words, "We honor those who have made this sacrifice, let their names be remembered." The carvings are still deep enough that a tracing could be taken, allowing the information to be carried elsewhere.
No. Perhaps it thinks I should. It may have something to do with Caridin's words. If there is some way to make a copy of these runes, I am willing to study them. Perhaps there is something to be gleaned from them. I know not.
Alright, so these are basically the names of the people that volunteer. So we're going to take the tracing. The ancient runes are traced onto or into a stack of papers, which you now store in your pack. And that just goes to the Shaper, which we're going to do all that stuff before we choose our king.
Beat the sod out of how I imagined it. You ready to head back yet and share the news?
Oh, I think we have to go to the assembly right away.
Yeah, those Deshers have been trying to destroy the city for years. Haven't managed yet.
Okay, cool. So it brings up the map. Yeah, we're just gonna go. I can't remember if there's an encounter along the way or not. I think there is. Maybe not. And it actually, so like the little blood trail actually does follow the cave routes here.
Lords of the Assembly, I call for order.
Oh yeah, it does
This
take us back
argument
there
gets us
directly.
nowhere.
Then why these delaying tactics? I call for a vote right now. My father has one living child to assume the Idukan throne. Who would deny him that?
Your father made me swear on his deathbed you would not succeed him. I apologize for the interruption, Lord Steward, but the Grey Warden has returned.
Yeah, the castless, who is like
We
less
should
than
let the
human in
warden
your
speak.
society, is going to decide your
What
king.
news do you bring?
So you can exaggerate and say that I bear a crown from Paragon Caridin for his chosen king, but he didn't want to actually know any of that. So I'm just going to say I bring a crown forged by Caridin on the Anvil of the
Caridin was
Void.
trapped in the body of a golem. This warden granted him the mercy he sought, releasing him and destroying the Anvil of the Void. Before he died, Caridin forged a crown for Orzamar's next king, chosen by the ancestors themselves.
And we are supposed to trust this? The word of a drunken sot and a Grey Warden known to be in Harrowmont's pocket?
Silence! This crown is of Paragon make, and bears House Hortan's ancient seal. Tell us, Warden, whom did Caridin choose?
So, for all the stuff that we've done, we can literally heel turn at the very last second, and I could choose Balin if I had to. Now, I did actually check the poll, because when I put it up, like, there was still enough time that people voted on it after the fact. But it was, like, very close when I had to make the decision initially. It was like 53-47. But it sort of pulled into like a 60-40. But it's still for Harrowmont. So that said, I'm not going to say that Caridin chose because he didn't.
The Grey Warden knows nothing about us. Why would a Paragon entrust someone like this with such a weighty decision? This is ridiculous!
We've argued in these chambers for too long. The will of the Paragon is that the Grey Warden decide.
Also, as a dwarf, I know fully well. I almost screwed it up too because I was about to hit A. Now you may notice that Balin is wearing armor, whereas Harrowmont is just wearing regular clothing. I don't know if that's going to foreshadow or anything or not, but let's just go here and say I grant the crown to Harrowmont.
I appreciate your forthrightness, Warden. You have acted with grace through this entire torturous process.
Politics, eh?
Let the memories find you worthy. First amidst the lords of the houses, the King of Orzammar.
I will not abide by this!
The ancestors have spoken.
So yes, this is sort of another section that I liked a lot more before 2021. But yeah, so Balin's gonna protest.
Would you let a surfacer decide the fate of the dwarves?
Watch out! They brought weapons!
Guards!
More enemies ahead!
So yeah, so if you choose Harrowmont, Balin will he'll launch a fight. He'll start a fight. And unfortunately, several of the other Deshers and guards are in on it, and I don't know. It's just. I just I refuse to ever talk about personal politics on stream or on video or anything like that. It's just I'm never going to do that, but I will say like this section is just not enjoyable for me anymore. Eventually, you know, it'll probably be better, but it just feels a little too real, right? Like anything that's like heavy into politics like this right now is just not great.
Indeed. More than anyone but my wife, Warden. And I thank you for it. Those loyal to the throne will begin preparations for a surface mission immediately. Orzammar will fulfill its treaties. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must get to the palace and set our plans in motion. This is the staff I carried as King Endrin's II. Take it as a reminder of your place in Orzammar. I wish you luck against the Blight Warden. May we foster another 4 centuries of peace.
Your role in this election will long be remembered.
Yeah, so what's kind of interesting is, like, our treasure for that is a magic staff, and dwarves... Where is it here? Yeah, Harriman staff. Like, dwarves can't use magic, but the treasure that we get is magic staff. Also, we've got 122 items out of 120 that we can possibly carry. So there was some quest stuff that we've picked up here. And anything that you get is like a quest reward. You'll still always get that in your inventory, whether you technically have the space for it or not. And as long as I don't pick up anything new or unique, I should be able to loot these bodies, and we can finally make our way out. So that's all the treaties. Like I said, we're actually closer to the end of this game than I really expected. That said, I'm still going to do the longer streams.
If I'd heard it secondhand, I'd have called it a sodding lie. Warden, we've got a king because of you. The rest, impressive, but the Legion is grateful most for restored leadership. It frees us to fight.
Oh, here's where I can get... Okay. Okay, so I actually didn't lose the ability. I just completely misremembered how we get the Legion of the Dead.
They'll have us. It's time the surfacers saw the good the stone can unleash. Back to Orzammar when we win, though. I'll not stay topside to lose my stone sense.
All right, cool. So we still get the Legion of the Dead. That's awesome. I think there is a way to do that through dialogue, but I just didn't have the option. And it could just be that my background also prevented me from doing it. But first, we got some people we gotta return some stuff to.
I started to worry. I didn't know if you were ever coming back. Did you find any records? Any sign of the old Orton Tig?
I sure did.
You found them? Let me see.
Oh, you know what? There's one more quest that I have to go back into the Deep Roads for.
Oh, great ancestors! It's them! It's me! I am an Orton. Oh, thank you. I have to take these to the Assembly right away. Find me there. Once these are acknowledged, I'll give you any reward.
All right, so that one's not completed yet. I do have to go back to the Shape Writ. So here we've got the memories. And I think that's the one where I put in the stuff for the Legion of the Dead.
Impressive work, Warden. King Harriman's impending coronation has been entered into the memories. Is there something more I can help you with? What's this? A list of names. Most of these clans no longer even exist. Is this authentic?
You bet your hairy arse it is. Taken from a tablet in Caridin's fortress, no less.
No, Ogren's pretty great, too.
Then is it true? The rumors of Caridin's so-called volunteers? Extraordinary! I would love to make a copy of this. The Shape Writ has never had much information on Caridin and his golems, much less proof of this magnitude. Warden, I hope this artifact from our archives will suffice as a reward. I must inform the Shape Writ at once.
Uh-oh. So now I can have 123 items? Oh, okay. No, I guess I've traded some stuff in. Oh, do the actual... Oh. I guess the plot items do technically count. Do they? Towards your... I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. we're good to go. So yeah, I think there's only really a couple of streams left for Origins. For this section of Origins, I should say, because I'm still going to do streams for Witch Hunt, for the Golems one, and then Awakening, and then from Awakening, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age Inquisition. So there's still a ton of stuff to do. But yeah, we're kind of getting close to the end of the game, at least as I remember it. There's still obviously going to be some stuff to do.
After the old Orton house, they gave our seat back, and the records show which houses still owe House Orton money. One day, I will be able to properly thank you for all you've done for me. I will. And I don't know what treasure is left, but whatever I get, you can have as much as you want. I'll have to find someone willing to look. Maybe a whole expedition. If the Tig is still there, it must have something. House Orton will not forget this kindness.
I kind of alluded to Tig myself, but... yeah, I actually have to go back to Orton Tig because I've got the Topsider stuff. So there is still a quest to complete there. But before we do that, we've got some other things to trade in here, and, more importantly, I need to start selling stuff. So I actually want to come back into the Royal... Actually, can I do the Royal Palace stuff now? Oh, right, the Trial of the Crows. So, yeah, that's still here. Or that's here. So I've got something I have to do in here as well, but I think there's a love letter in here as well. Oh yeah, we got a letter from our sister to Prince Balin. Yeah, like I said, it's kind of awkward. I'll see if I can find my sister character in here. Or my character's sister, however you wanna word that. But in here is someone that we gotta take out. So we're gonna do that right now. Oh, and Morgan used the Chain Lightning, which is beautiful. That is a great spell. So my plans with the other two Dragon Age games, because like the Dragon Age role-playing game has 3 classes. You can be a mage, a rogue, or a warrior. So essentially my plan is to do... Yeah, inventory full. Alright. I can drop some crappy stuff to make room for that. So yeah, essentially my plan is to play each of the 3 classes over the course of the 3 games. So we made a rogue for this one. And Dragon Age, so for Dragon Age 2, actually, I might let that be a vote too. Actually, I might put that up. But so essentially, so this game I played a rogue. In another game, I want to play a warrior and then a mage. I was kind of thinking of playing a mage character for Dragon Age 2, and then play a warrior in Inquisition. But I might also leave that up to vote. So we'll see.
Finished.
Oh, Morgan, what do you have for... Oops. Okay, so she's got expert herbalism. So this guy here's been poisoned.
My patient needs a rest. Fools and their politics. The poison was probably imported as a king killer, and she got dosed by mistake. I've never seen anything this potent. Warden, I don't know. Maybe you've seen something like this on the surface. Maybe you've used something like it. If you can chase these things down, I'll thank you. But I won't get my hopes up. The stone will take her soon.
Yeah, so this one here, I don't know if I've ever actually completed this quest. Because what you get is a recipe for, like, you have to craft a recipe for, or not a recipe, you have to craft an antidote for this poison. It does require master herbalism. Gosh dang it. And the worst part is, like, it doesn't take much. It's like a lifestone, elf fruit, and a flask and concentrate. Actually, I must have done this before. But Morrigan just gained a skill. And it kind of sucks now because I would have given her, I think, well, yeah. I can't remember I can't remember what I just put into her thing, but I'll see if I can do this quest because I have Wynn, who should have a few levels as well. So I might be able to get her that master rank. And now I gotta make sure I'm not going, oops, back in circles here as I explore this section. Alright, royal bedroom. I think this is where we find a love letter. I want to say. And maybe not. I don't know. I think there was one in here, but it might depend on who's king or where you find it. I don't know. I've never completed that quest that requires you to find 12 love letters, and it just annoys the heck out of me. I could look it up. I probably should look it up and see where the locations are, but it's also possible that one of them was in Lothering and I just missed it, so... Alright, chest door. So yeah, I think that way is the... That way is like the throne room. I don't want to go there yet. But hopefully I'll also be able to complete Shale's... Hopefully I'll be able to complete Shale's personal quest in this stream as well. Because, like, even though we've got the treaties, but there's still like 2 more sections of the game to go through. There's the stuff leading up to what's called the Landsmeet, which is basically where like the nobles of Ferelden convene to vote on things. So we still have like a section before. Ah, gosh. How's my inventory already full again? All right. Yeah, just throw it all out. So yeah, there's a section leading up to that where we have to go through a few things. Oh, another glass factory. So another Revenant fight. And then there's like the final preparations for the end of the game. So there's still some stuff to do. That's why I'm saying I think we got a couple more like 3 to 4 hour streams left. Because I'm getting all the glory kills in this in this stream. That's great. Okay, I also really need to get to a shop, but we still keep getting like these useless items that I'm never gonna. Oh, okay. I thought I picked up some more like balms or, which I didn't. That's fine. All right, just can anyone wear a ring? What does that do? Nature damage, sure. There we go, Ogren. Nothing there. I don't think I picked up any more gifts. Oh, that's fine. We should be good for now. Oh, Sword Talent got a little bit of Ida outside. Oh, so where you are, you're getting hit by it, are you? Hopefully it's not too bad where you are. We're supposed to get, like, the tail end here in Nova Scotia. So I think, like, tomorrow or the next day, we're supposed to get some rain from it. Nothing big now. Oh, okay, that's good. Because I know it's been rough, right? And last year, so we typically get like the tail ends of the hurricanes. Very rarely do we get like a hurricane this far north. But we'll get like, it'll still be like considered a tropical storm a lot of times when they hit us. Last year we had an actual like hurricane hit us. Not as bad as the ones in the States, so I'm never going to try to compare it directly to those. But it, like the category 1 or I can't remember if it was like category 1 or 2 when it hit here. But it was rough here in Nova Scotia, so I can only imagine what people are going through there. And I'm glad where you are it's not that bad, which is good. But
I will not forget who won me this throne.
okay, I think my sister character's just gone. Oh, well, that's fine. So, like, with us, last year, one of the, okay, you must be closer to the, up in the more northern part of the... You're in the U.S., right? I don't think you're in... Are you in Canada? No, you must be in the U.S. But there was the... I guess viral video last year. And I don't know how widespread it went, like, outside of Canada. You're in Rhode Island? Okay. Cool. Oh, yeah, that's pretty far up north. But there was this there was this video of a large crane in Halifax, and the winds, like, so this crane, it was known to be like not safe for that kind of weather. Like, there were reports on it. It was known that if like a hurricane hit or a tropical storm hit, like, this crane was just not up to task. And I want to say it cost the company that owned it quite a bit in lawsuits. But this crane, there was a video of the crane like rocking back and forth, and then it just collapses and drapes over. Yeah, the building crane. Okay, you must have seen it. But it just collapsed and draped over over a building, and it took them quite a while to actually clean it up. Like, I remember. So that was on like the Halifax side. So where we live, it's part of, like, I live in what's called Dartmouth, right? And it's part of the Halifax Regional Municipality, so it's technically part of Halifax, but it's across the harbor from like the main part of Halifax. And that crane collapsed on like the other side of us, right? So it collapsed on the Halifax side. But I remember for a while it was kind of difficult to get around because like they had to close down a bunch of streets so that they could try to remove this massive crane, which just toppled and folded and just draped over this building. It was a hell of a sight, like, to see it up close. It was. I'm glad we didn't live there. Let's just put it that way. Like, that I didn't live in that section of the city. Although I want to say that the building it collapsed onto wasn't occupied. Like, I don't think it was complete, but it was a hell of a thing.
Right. Best.
All right, let's sell a bunch of this nonsense off here. Bloodline we're never going to use, so we'll just sell pretty much all of this. I'll keep Paramount Staff. Well, I'm not going to equip it on anybody, but I will just put it into our storage. Along with the Legion armor, I'll I'll keep that and put it into storage as well. I don't know why. It's like it's that syndrome in RPGs where you're like, hold on to this because you just never know, right? And it's like I know I'm not going to use it. It's like, and I could just get the money for it because you can get a lot of money for this stuff. Yeah, you know what? Screw it, because I think Ogren's got the best armor. Right? Ogren's got the best armor I think I can give him. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. We're just going to sell all this stuff off. The only thing I'm going to keep is the Gloves of Diligence and Effort, because they're technically unique, and I might put those on someone. Rock Knocker. Yep, nope. Alright, let's just do it. Morrigan, is this better than what you've got? It's the exact same thing, but nature damage, so sell. So yeah, so we're due to get hit with a lot of rain. I can't remember if it's tomorrow or not. Like there is a weather advisory in effect. Just a second, because let me just see here. Special weather. I think we're actually supposed to start getting hit with the tomorrow. Yeah, Thursday morning, and so Thursday basically all day tomorrow. But I think it's just, I don't think we have a wind warning in effect. I think it's just the I think we just have a rainfall warning. So that means we probably won't lose power. Although for reasons that completely befuddle me. Where we live, like we've lost power a handful of times over the last the last year or so, but with the exception of like a major thing, like I don't even think we lost power here during that hurricane last year. No, we did. No, never mind. We did. We definitely did. Because we actually... the reason I said that is because I don't remember us being without power for a while. But that's actually because we went to my wife's parents, and they didn't lose power at all. We lost ours for... I think it was just like a day or so here where I live. But for whatever reasons, we've only seemed to lose power on like perfectly like calm, clear weather, bright blue sky, like beautiful days. And we've had like more power outages on those days in the last year than we've had during like actual storms.
You've returned with all the excitement.
It reached you yesterday. Mostly rain. Yeah, that's so. That's.
Poor son. Did you learn anything about my wreck?
It's good for us. It's still awful for the people that got hit by the actual full force of it.
Oh, my poor boy. I guess I knew, but I just wish I could have seen him one last time. Here.
Yours always good. Yeah, ours, like, we never lose it for very long.
I don't have anyone to save it for anymore.
It's just annoying when it goes out on days where, like, there's no reason for it. Or it doesn't seem to make any sense. Like, you have a day where there's, like, this awful storm, and, like, nothing happens. It doesn't even, like, flicker. But then a few days later, when it's just, like, a really nice day, and it just goes out. It's just weird. Alright, I think that's all of my quests in Orzammar. Just the Admirable Topsider. So I actually got to go back into the Deep Roads, which we're going to do, and complete that one. And then the one with the potion crafting, so the herbalism. Oh, did you have?
I'm only asking. Right.
I said I don't think they restock at any time. No, okay, they don't. That's fine. Oops, I can't believe I missed that. Now, where I used to live, years ago, like years back, we had, it wasn't the hurricane, but we had, it was like, what do we call it? It was like White Juan? Or Tontag, there we go. It was basically like a really bad winter storm. And there were parts of our province that were without power for over a week. And being without power for a week in the winter is brutal, right? But the part of the province where I lived in, it was on the same power grid as both the fire department and the hospital. And so where I lived before was in the Annapolis Valley, and the Valley Regional Hospital is one of the bigger hospitals in the entire province. So being on the same power grid as both the hospital and the fire department, basically it meant that our grid was always like the #1 priority. So while there were parts of the province that were without power for over a week, the apartment building that I lived in, we got ours back in just a little over 24 hours. Now, where I'm living in Dartmouth, unfortunately, it's not like attached to anything like super significant. There's like a school that we're on the same power grid as, and the Dartmouth Hospital is close to where we live, but I don't think it's the same part of the power grid, unfortunately. The Texas cold wave was unbelievable. Yeah, I heard about that. That was horrible. Like, yeah, that was awful. Hopefully something like that doesn't happen again, because yeah, that was just hearing about it was kind of heartbreaking. So, anyway. Yeah, so we completed that last quest there. So we are basically done with the Orzammar, so we're going to go right back to our party camp. And we're going to talk to Shale, because I think Shale...
Shale of House Kadash. Is that who I once was? I find this difficult to believe. Then I envy its imagination. If I was this Shale of House Kadash, as Caridin said, there must be some evidence of my existence remaining. I must find it. I need to know that this is the truth, and not simply believe. What Caridin said, it has allowed me to remember one thing.
Okay, awesome. So we've unlocked Shale's personal companion quest.
Its offer is appreciated. I will mark the location on its map. If we can journey there soon, I am most curious as to what we will find.
All right. So let's just see if we can level up. I know our other party members are going to have some levels that we can do. So Alistair. Yeah, straight into Constitution. Fighting styles are done. Yeah, we'll go with Death Blow. I love passive abilities. Severin's got 3 levels. Alright, so what are we going to do for him? I think basically the same thing. I'm just going to pump up his con. Because, I'm not really going to use him. Liliana, another rogue character that unfortunately I just can't do anything more with. We'll get her up to 40 dex. And then into con. I kinda wish. Kinda wish that I had started her on herbalism, but... Alright, our Dogue. Oh my god, the 88. That's 9 levels that I haven't done for this poor guy. Alright, let's get up to 30. 35, and then we'll just go 36. No, yeah, so the dog character does not get many actual talents. So, even though it was 9 levels, I only actually got to choose 2 things. And then Sten. Sten, we're gonna make you a Reaver, why not? And then we'll just everything into strength, because actually no. 40 strength and then everything else into con. Whoops. Hold on. Max out your two-handed fighting style. And I guess we'll just start putting stuff into Reaver. Win should be next, right? So yeah, Win's the one that I'm kind of interested in here now. So magic, we'll get that up to 40, and then everything else can go... dang it. Yeah, crap, so she's only got up to expert as well, so... Alright. That's fine. I will try to complete that quest, so... Your son-in-law comes from Ontario, okay. Daughter found... Okay, cool. So they met online? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm kind of oblivious. To be fair, it's 2 in the morning for me, so a lot of things are going to go over my head right now. Right. So, I actually met my wife online through.
Yes.
Like, very, very rarely do. I mean, as much as they like to advertise how well they work, like, to be fair, I think like online dating sites really don't work that much. But I did actually meet my wife through an online dating site. Alright, so we actually got to go back into the deep roads, but before we do that, I do want to go to Soldier's Peak and put some stuff into storage. It's actually kind of... It's almost funny because... So I'd gotten out of some really bad relationships. Like ones that were bad enough that they almost... I mean, they almost drove me to doing some bad stuff to myself. So I don't want to get too much into that right now. But so I'd actually gotten out of some really bad relationships, and I took a couple of years, literally took 2 years. Where, yeah, very toxic. Where I just I'm not interested in a relationship, period. I needed time to sort of get out of that. But after a little while, it's like, all right, I think I'm ready to start. And
If there's anything
I
can
set up
do
this
for you,
online
please,
profile,
Please tell me.
and it wasn't going great. It just wasn't going great. Most of the people that were interesting or were matches were just they were living too far away. So I just there was just no way for me to really get a chance to meet them. But I remember there was one person in particular that we went looked through her profile. She seemed interesting. We messaged each other back and forth a little bit, and then we met for coffee, and we talked, and we seemed to get along really well. Actually, it was starting to look promising. But there were a couple things that made me really concerned. So number one, on her profile, it had mentioned there's a thing.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the.
Where you can where it basically states if you have children or not. And on her profile, it had basically said that she didn't have children, right? And the whole having kids, that doesn't bother me at all. Right? It really doesn't. But it was stated that she had no children. So then when we started talking after a while, all she did, after sort of the opening introductory stuff, all she started talking about was her children, which her profile said that she didn't have. And under, do you want to have children, it said no. But she was talking about her children, and she was talking about having this really horrible relationship with her parents. And it was like, yeah, okay, those are just some red flags that yeah. And I was about to actually delete the profile because it's that was just, a potentially bad situation. Because when you're...
It'll do, sure.
And I guess I kind of understand to a certain extent, you may not... You may say that, no, you may want to say, no, I don't have children, because you may think that might make it easier to meet someone online. Because I know there are people that will be, flat out, no, if you have kids, I'm not interested. I'm not one of those people, but when you hide it, and then you start talking about, having really bad relationships with other people around you, it's just this just was sounding a little too familiar. So after that experience, I was just you know what, I think I'm gonna end up getting rid of this. But I did see the profile for my wife, and it's I'll take one last one last chance. And we started talking, and then the rest is history, and we've been together ever since. And that was 2012. So yeah, we've been together we've known each other for 9 years, and we've been together for 8 years. So anyway, it worked out, but it almost didn't happen, and I'm glad I made that one last effort before saying screw it to the whole online dating thing. Oh, hey, Kamikaze Kid, Libris Mortis is an S-tier book. Change my mind? No, I don't want to change your mind. I've the whole point of that video was my own personal perspective. And I mentioned earlier in the stream, I guess you must be just jumping in now. Also, hey man, awesome, awesome to see you. But one of the things I said earlier in the stream was that I was actually really happy to see a bunch of people say how much they like that book, right? I think that's awesome. Even though I don't feel that way myself personally, it's great that people feel that way. So, and no, I'm not going to try to change your mind. You feel that way, and I think that's great. I don't feel that way myself personally, but I hate the whole idea that the way I feel about something has to be the way that everybody else does. By the way, since I caught the last of that statement, I'm particularly fond of... Yeah. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, she's awesome. And I'm glad that you like her, because she's an awesome person. And that's one of the things that also like I know that it's the right thing, or that it was the right person. Because with my other relationships, a lot of my friends didn't like the people that I was with. Or they cautioned me, or they warned me, like, none of them ever said, you shouldn't be with this person. I think it's a horrible idea. But they're like, this is what I see. This is what I'm concerned about. I'm just letting you know. And I kind of wish that I had taken that advice like a lot sooner. But yeah, the woman that I'm with now, like, everyone likes her. So, and she does not. She likes to make fun of me or pick on me the way that all my friends do. So, I think everyone gets along with her really well from that perspective.
Everything brings us closer to victory.
Such a force has not.
Alright, so we turned in a bunch of that. So I still need to look up what that actually does. I think turning in the materials, it either affects the number that you can summon, or how tough they are. She's definitely the best of them, absolutely. Compliments, yeah, she does.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
Like I said, the way that it's kind of funny. Well, maybe not. Maybe funny's not the right word, but I've always told her, it's like the moment I knew that she was the one was actually pretty early on. So we were supposed to get together. We were supposed to meet up and just like get together for coffee, or just to spend some time together. But the morning that we were supposed to do that, I woke up and I had like this really bad sore throat, and I just felt really sick. And when I messaged her to tell her that, I was actually really worried that might be it. Because I really liked her, and I really wanted to get to know her better and spend time with her, but I was sick, and I just was hoping she wouldn't think that, oh, that's just an excuse, right? And in my past relationships, if I was sick, the only thing that the women I was with before, that I was pursuing a relationship, or whatever the situation was that I was in with these people, they were always more concerned about how me being sick affected them. So, like, one example was, like, I had a surgery, my first major surgery, and my girlfriend at the time couldn't be bothered to come see me. At all. Like, we talked on the phone, but, like, she couldn't be bothered to actually come visit me. I had my surgery on a Monday. She finally popped in to see me on Friday for, like, 20 minutes, and then took off again. And, like, she lived, like, a 10-minute walk from where I live, so it's not like she couldn't have actually, like, made the effort to come see me. Right, so that was the kind of thing that I was just used to. So I wasn't expecting anything back, and then, like, I told her, and she's like, okay, well, no, I understand, like, get better. And, like, a couple hours later, she messaged me and just asked me how I was feeling. And I never had that
Also
before.
be what I was found.
And it's weird. It's such a small thing, right?
By vermin. There may be something noteworthy further in, however.
But she actually followed up to see how I was doing, and I just never had that before, like, ever.
The home once.
With someone I was with, they were always like, well, look, I need this or that, and, you know, like, like we said Storytelling earlier, just really toxic relationships. And, like, I don't like to throw the term toxic relationship out, but they were. They were, it was always about, well, you know, what can you, like, you need to be useful to me. So when my now wife actually messaged me a few hours later and just said, hey, how you feeling? That meant a lot to me. Like, it really, really did. On your first date, your wife stood you up by going to the hospital, so you went to the... Yeah, that's... And you know what? That's the exact same thing I would do. Unfortunately, people that I was with before my now wife, they knew that, and they would take advantage of that. And I so desperately wanted to prove how much I'd be willing to do for someone that I would always put myself out and expect nothing back. So when I started actually getting something back, it's like that can happen. And like, the other thing. So like the whole reason that I have a YouTube channel, and by extension of even doing this, is because my wife basically like not only supported but really like pushed me towards doing it, and then did everything that she could to make sure that I could start making videos and uploading them, and I've got to meet a whole bunch of really incredible people through that. Kamikaze Kid, the right one always comes along, you just have to wade through a ton of garbage to find them. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Smart for the... Yeah. Oh yeah, no, she knows what she's doing. But yeah, she was super supportive, and again, it's weird. Like, part of me still finds it strange. I guess I don't quite know how to word it. It's just like I spent so long being made to feel like I'm only, my worth is based on how useful I can be to someone versus like my worth is just being with someone. Like just by being with someone, I'm valuable. It's still, like I said, all these years later, it's still kind of a weird thing to wrap my head around. But I'm glad, right? Like I would never trade it for the world. And I would definitely never go back to another one of those situations. Like if something ever happened, I would just stay single the rest of my life. But hopefully that's not ever going to be a thing I have to worry about. So I guess, like, moving away from the sort of heavier topics, Mr. Kamikaze Kid, I saw your suggestion for the Book of Vile Darkness. I don't think you actually have, like, authority to request things. It's just, you know, I thought I would do a video on that book because I knew it would bug you. But, I don't know about the Book of Vile Darkness, because I really don't have strong feelings about that book one way or the other. Like, the only thing I can really say about the 3rd edition Book of Vile Darkness is that they the art for Demogorgon was stupid. Now the Book of Exalted Deeds, though, that book made me like drop an entire campaign. The only thing about that book, though, is I think I did a video on it already. Or I talked about my experience already, so I don't know. I don't know if I'd have a whole lot more to say. And to be fair, like, the book itself might actually not be bad. It might just be like that one thing. That Weapon of Legends book could be available. So yeah, that's a book I definitely want to do a video on. I actually like that book quite a bit. And like, you'll remember, around the time that, Jesus, these things are persistent. So before that book was announced, I was running a 3.5 game that the Kamikaze Kid was in, and in that campaign, I had weapons. I wanted to do a thing with like ancestral weapons, like weapons that have magical properties that you unlock over time. Like basically, the weapon levels with you. And your paladin had one of those weapons, so I actually had written out. I had this chart for like all the different levels going into like epic levels. I think I had it charted out all the way from 1st to 30th level, even though there was no way in hell that campaign was going to 30th level. But I had this whole thing like done.
Crawling with filth. Typical.
And I want to say it was like a month later. The new preview catalog came out for the upcoming 3.5 books. And like the big one that was in there was Weapons of Legacy. And the whole premise of Weapons of Legacy was literally that exact same thing. It was like weapons that grow more powerful in enchantments and abilities as the character does. Though the big difference was that you had to take feats for the Weapons of Legacy book. I think that was the only thing I didn't quite like, because you had to take feats to unlock certain tiers of abilities, but then you also had to sacrifice things. Yeah, remember how mad I was? I don't think mad is the right term. It was just one of those things like, of course. It was just like, of course, like after I already introduced my way of doing it, of course an official version would come out like right after that. But there was some cool stuff in that book. Like, the way that I did it was just literally, like, the weapon was bound to you. And then when you gained a level, the weapon grew more powerful, like it just happened. Versus, like, Weapons of Legacy. The one thing I will say I remember not liking about the Weapons of Legacy way of doing it, like, it wasn't just the feats. But it was the fact that you also, like, permanently sacrifice things. Like, you would permanently sacrifice hit points, or base attack, or, like, a saving throw bonus. And the idea behind it, like, I understood the idea behind it, because what you were doing is you were, like, transferring your own life force, or your own essence, into the weapon to unlock its abilities. It's definitely not the way I would do it, but they did have some really cool weapons. So whether I agreed with the methodology or not, there were some really cool weapons and stuff. I guess maybe if I was mad, the only reason I was mad is that unless you were in that campaign, before that book came out, I was like, people just weren't going to believe that I had that idea before the book came out. So it was just like one of those things where I guess I just resigned myself to the fact that, like, from that point forward, it would always seem like I was ripping off the book, whereas I had the idea before the book was even announced, but the timing of the book came out, like, shortly, like, almost immediately after.
I'm uncertain what I hope to find here.
And I think I was a little, like, gun-shy about that kind of, like, feeling like people would accuse me of ripping them off, because I had had people accuse me of ripping them off in the past when they took inspiration from something that I did, and then accused me of stealing their ideas. I can't remember. I don't think you were in it. Because I don't know if we actually really knew each other that well at the time. But I did have a campaign that I was running where the whole premise was that there were two groups of player characters. Like, there were two separate parties. But they were actually like separate parties of separate players. Because I had two groups that I was running stuff for. It started as the same campaign, but it just always seemed to work out that like half of the group was available one week, and then the other half was available the other week, but they were just never available at the same time. So I created this whole idea of having this concept of two campaigns, and I reached out to a friend of mine who was in one of those groups because he moved into the same apartment building that I was living in. And it's like, this is my idea, and there are going to be situations where I need both groups to be, like, if they can come together with their scheduling, where I would sort of, like, try to run an adventure where they were doing something simultaneously. So, like, they were both hunting, like, so there'd be a point where they would both be sent to the same dungeon complex, and they were hunting for a relic, so I was sort of, like, in the middle of the dungeon, but they each entered from, like, opposite sides, and, like, certain things had to be timed out, like, how many rounds were spent doing this, or how many rounds were spent doing that. Or, I guess, turns, because it was 2nd edition AD&D. So I sort of worked this thing out with them, where if the time came, I needed a second DM to run one of the groups so I could do that sort of thing. But then and I never got to the point where we actually ended up doing that. But then he, in his own personal campaign, he had the players make two groups of characters, and the same players controlled two different parties. And then when I had mentioned my two-party campaign, like in a different place with a different group of people, he actually accused me of stealing his idea. Or I shouldn't say that. I believe his exact quote was like, "Oh, two parties, that's original," because he was doing the same thing. And I remember that kind of pissed me off, because it's like you did that, you started that after me, and it was after I talked to you about needing a second DM anyway. So yeah, I think I was just kind of like worried about being accused of ripping something off, even though I didn't, because that had happened to me before. I can't remember.
Wonderful to remember being a soft, squishy creature.
I also can't remember. So I also had joked about making a particular character. I joked about making like a halfling barbarian, I think, a few times.
Of them soon. For now, let us carry on as we have.
And then I can't remember if he was the same person or not, but someone ended up doing that. Like after, like we had talked publicly about it, about my idea of making this this like halfling barbarian kind of thing, and then they ended up making the character, but then accused me of stealing their idea. I don't know, it was a weird time, but anyway. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you were. You were in that other group, weren't you? Like the guy's a nice guy. I have nothing against him. I was a little like bitter for a little bit, or a little bitter's not the right word. I was a little annoyed with him for a little while after that, because it's like I don't like the like, you know, if I come up with something and you think it's a cool idea and you decide to do something like that yourself, that's fine. Like I have absolutely zero problem with that. But when you do that and then you turn around and pretend that I stole that idea from you, like, that to me felt a little low. That was the thing I was not cool with. Like, if you like the idea and you think it's cool and you want to try it yourself, then by all means. And I don't need credit. Like, I'm not the kind of person that's like, you need to credit me if you decide to do that. Like, I'm not that kind of person. But just, like, don't take my idea and then accuse me of stealing it from you, I guess is my thing. And I don't know if that makes me sound petty at all, but that's just the way I feel. Oh, yeah, I didn't want to go here. I wanted to go to...
Indeed.
I wanted to go to Redcliffe. But yeah, I mean, that aside, like, the guy was, like, he was genuinely a nice guy, and he I consider him to be, like, a good friend and everything, like, to this day. It was just, like, that one thing kind of soured me for a little bit, but... And it kind of bugs me that I never did get to run that kind of campaign. I think logistically it probably would have been a little bit of a nightmare. But I still kind of wanted to try it out. And I was really looking forward to the reveal at the end, too. Because basically what it was, like, the two groups got separated. And they were both kind of, like, being coerced by these liches. One was, like, you know, a good aligned lich from the Monsters of Faerun, and one was just like your typical evil lich.
I understand you've acquired all the allies you could. That's good. We can call the Landsmeet if you are ready. I would prefer not giving Loghain time to consider, but it is up to you. I do not wish to go to Denerim unless you are with me.
Alright, so before I click on that, I just want to finish this train of thought here first. Yeah, so there was these two liches, and they were basically both trying to foil one another. But the basic premise that I'd come up with, and I don't know, it's probably a stupid idea, and it was one of my earliest campaigns, so it was probably a stupid idea. But it was sort of tackling the whole, like, liches are immortal, and there just reaches a point where they get bored, right? And actually, there was artwork in that Libris Mortis book that showed a lich feeling like kind of just, you know, he was sort of like waving his hand dismissively and talking about, like, immortality. And this was something that came out that I did way back in the early days of 3.0. So this was before, like, 3.5 and definitely before that book. But the idea was that these liches were just bored. And so to entertain themselves, they would just send parties of adventurers against one another. Because, like, the liches were brothers in life, or brothers or half brothers. I think one was a half elf and one was a full elf. But yeah, so they were just doing it for sport, and the player characters were literally pawns in their game, like, the whole time. And eventually that was going to be the revelation. If they got to 20th level, that was going to be the revelation. And then, like, the idea was the parties would just go and just, you know, fight these liches. And the liches were also totally okay with that, because their phylacteries were hidden on different planes of existence. So the characters would likely never find them.
As you wish. Please tell me.
No, I didn't want to do that. So, like, them being destroyed by player characters and having all their stuff looted, again, that didn't mean anything to them, because they would just their bodies would reform, and then they would just collect a bunch of new treasure and then do the same thing again.
When you're ready, we shall leave for Denerim.
I don't remember that thing. Oh, maybe you were in one of those groups. Maybe you were in one of those. I can't remember who all was in those. What ended up being two different groups, but yeah, I think maybe you were in one of them. Anyway, like, I didn't have a ton of stuff actually like legitimately planned out, because this was pretty early on. I had that premise, and I knew that that's what they were going to do.
Excellent. I shall make the arrangements. Let us be off to Denerim.
But I didn't have a lot of the stuff in between planned out.
Denerim is the heart and soul of Ferelden. It was the city of King Calenhad, the birthplace of Andraste. As stubborn as a Mabari, and as good to have on your side. If we defeat Loghain here, the rest of the nation will follow us. By calling the Landsmeet, I've struck the first blow. The advantage, for the moment, is ours. He will have little choice but to show himself, to oppose us directly. He will strike back at us. The only question that remains is how soon.
Yeah, pretty soon it turns out.
Loghain, this is an honor that the Regent would find time to greet me personally.
How could I not welcome a man so important as to call every lord in Ferelden away from his estates, while a blight claws at our land?
The blight is why I'm here. With Cailan dead, Ferelden must have a king to lead it against the Darkspawn.
Ferelden has a strong leader. Its queen. And I lead her armies.
Considering Oscar, perhaps we need a better general.
Who is this, Eamon? Some new stray you picked up on the road? And here I thought it was only royal bastards you play the nursemaid to, not Orzamar's rejects.
Well, you're admitting the royal part. That's a start.
The one thing I'll say about that campaign, it was the first campaign that I was working on where I was really trying to outline stuff. I didn't have everything fully designed yet or anything. Like, I didn't have the adventures fleshed out, but I actually wanted to have an end goal in mind. Like, it was one of the earlier campaigns that I ever ran, and this was like 2000, right? So this was 21 years ago, which is crazy to think of.
You should curb your tongue. This is my city, and no safe place to speak treason.
Because I remember, like, before that, I was running a second edition AD&D game.
There's talk that your illness...
And I had no idea what the hell I was doing.
Don't worry that you may no longer be fit to advise Ferelden.
Like, I literally would just... Like, okay, this seems like a neat idea. Let's do this now, and then...
Not everyone at the Landsmeet will cast aside
there reached a point where it's like, oh, I need to pay this off now, and I just literally had no idea.
How long you've been gone from court, Eamon? Don't you recognize Rendon?
But it was still fun, right?
And Terran of Highever?
You know, we all start somewhere.
And current Arl of Denerim, since Urien's unfortunate fate at Ostagar. The Regent has been generous to those who prove loyal.
Yeah, you lie. I know what you're about. I've played the human background too.
Don't interrupt, Churl. Your betters are talking.
Enough, Calthrian. This is not the time or place. I had hoped to talk you down from this rash course, Eamon. Our people are frightened. Our king is dead. Our land is under siege. We must be united now if we are to endure this crisis. Your own sister, Queen Rowan, fought tirelessly to see Ferelden restored. Would you see her work destroyed? You divide our nation and weaken our efforts against the Blight, with your selfish ambitions to the throne. I should put my faith in untried foreign hands. Do you think I'm blind? Cailan depended on the Grey Warden's prowess against the Darkspawn, and look how well that ended. Let us speak of reality rather than tall tales. Stories will not save us.
I cannot forgive what you've done, Loghain. Perhaps the Maker can, but not I. Our people deserve a king of the Theron bloodline. Alistair will be the one to lead us to victory in this blight.
Oh, is that all I have to do? No pressure.
The Emperor of Orlais also thought I could not bring him down. Expect no more mercy than I showed him. There is nothing I would not do for my homeland.
Yeah, you've proven that, all right.
Well, that was bracing. I didn't expect Loghain to show himself quite so soon. Calling the Landsmeet is only the start. Now we must
so basically,
that every noble there sees Loghain's
we've completed the treaties, which is like the biggest part of the game. So now
armies,
the pre-Landsmeet stuff, essentially what we have to do is go around and dig up dirt on Loghain.
Must begin here.
Because Loghain's a jerk,
the better we can
and he does a lot of bad things, so we need to find stuff in order to start gaining some allies.
The nobles who have arrived for the Landsmeet. Test the waters. See how many will support us. When you're ready to talk strategy, come upstairs to my sitting room. We can lay out our plans for the Landsmeet then.
So this does also unlock a few things for us here. So, all right, yeah, we'll just bring our regular party with us. His name is Loghain, and he hates babies.
I find it very odd.
It meaning me. Am I in it now too?
Love the red versus blue reference.
I find it remarkably
Caboose.
willed and indecisive.
Thank you.
It also likes to hide its many weaknesses behind a veil of jocularity.
For a statue, you know a lot of big words.
Take this. You've earned it.
I actually really need to go back and rewatch. I don't even know how many seasons of that there are now. I have like the first 10 on DVD, I think like the first 9 on DVD, and then I got the last season 10 on Blu-ray.
Fighting the good fight, eh? One more swipe, and no one will ever forget it. I guarantee you'll love it. 6 sovereigns.
Alright, so this guy finally has new stuff for us to do.
I think you'd like to get back at him, right? Word is that his seneschal has been getting the Tern's crown all nice and sparkly for the Landsmeet. The seneschal is taking a bit of a rest at the Nord Noble Tavern. He won't be there long. He has a heavy guard, but if you can make off with the tyrant's own crown, think of the embarrassment. That's all I know. I hope it's enough.
Rooster Teeth put 12 full seasons up on their YouTube channel. I've been watching them, can you tell? I started actually rewatching season 1 on their channel a little while ago. I just didn't get very far into it. I need to go back and rewatch them.
You're back.
I think
no luck yet,
do you
eh?
have a...
I'm following up a lead in the Palace District, if it all works out.
Okay. Right, so we can do one last... So he's got one thing we can do before the Landsmeet, and then he's got his final thing we can do after the Landsmeet. Okay. And then we gotta go to... I can't remember if I completed any of the things in here or not, but let's just take a look.
You're being very foolish. I would know.
Oh, obviously I did something.
What can I get you, stranger? What can I get you, stranger?
Okay. But yeah, red versus blue was great.
Nobody goes in the room by authority of Tern Loghain. No bother.
Oh, okay. I wonder. So I've always done that section by just walking in and getting into a fight. But I want to see if I can actually stealth in and get it.
Skulking about. Get out.
No, alright. Alright, well, screw it.
More enemies ahead!
Now.
As you say.
I'm pretty sure you can do that stealthily, but yeah, whatever. We still get the crown in the end. That's all that matters, right?
Maker's blessings upon you, Warden.
Think again.
Uh-oh.
No, I cannot.
I might be glitched here. Oh no, there it goes. Okay. Oh, that was disconcerting for a little bit, but okay, good.
Surely he doesn't expect us to believe Anora unfit to rule with our father to advise her.
What do I want to do here? Let's just go all decks. Oh, I thought I already had the 3rd level of stealth. That's probably why. Regardless, like I said, I've got the Terran's crown.
My shift's nearly over.
South Reach is overrun. I've little time to devote to politics.
I am told that it lost a large number of comrades in the battle with the Darkspawn.
Me? I guess I did, yes. I didn't know all of them that well, however. Mostly just Duncan.
I'm unfamiliar with this name.
It's not important. You don't need to know who he was.
I cannot remember if I ever had anyone important to me. All I remember is being given orders.
I would gladly be following Duncan's orders right now, if I could.
It enjoys following others. I find that odd.
You wouldn't understand. Don't worry, I don't expect you to.
Well, that was a bit more somber.
If I could have a moment. You've been busy traveling all over, and such tragic news you keep bringing. I was wondering if you'd check up on one more person. I'm sure you'll find this scroll quite interesting.
Alright, so what's this one? Okay, the last scroll indicates that some of Arlhau's special handpicked men, Arlhau's a jerk, are awaiting a ransom to free a kidnapped boy. The crows are setting them up by sending disguised assassins to the meeting, but you'll need to... Okay. I gotta go into some of the back roads here in Denerim anyway. Okay, let's just see here. So, I think I got to go to Dirty there's 3 locations that we could go to before. One of them will have something I have to go to, with all those like dead adventurers, or the one that was kind of ranting and raving in Orzammar.
I am done.
Oh. Okay. Oh boy, did I get Severin's approval up? Anyway,
So
cool.
here is the mighty Grey Warden at long last. The crows send their greetings once again. And where is Zevran? I don't see him with you. How very disappointing. Don't bother. I know very well he travels with you.
Here I am, Taliesin. Tell me, were you sent, or did you volunteer for the job?
Oh ho! And he makes an appearance. I volunteered, of course. When I heard that the great Zevran had gone rogue, I simply had to see it for myself.
Is that so? Well, here I am, in the flesh.
You can return with me, Zevran. I know why you did this, and I don't blame you. It's not too late. Come back and we'll make up a story. Anyone can make a mistake.
Okay, so this is a section where if Zevran's approval of you is at a certain, if it's below a certain level, he will actually turn on you. I've never actually had that happen, but I can't remember how much I did with him to this point. So I think I've done more than enough, because I gave him like the leather gloves and the stuff like that, like the specialty gifts, and got the approval up that way. But he can actually turn on you.
And I'm not about to let that happen.
What? You've gone soft.
I'm sorry, my old friend, but the answer is no. I'm not coming back. And you should have stayed in Antiva.
Okay, so yeah, Zevran has to be in the party for this section. So Shale, and more again. And I'm just gonna deactivate all of these traps. Oh, uh-oh, wizard. Oh, that's not a wizard, it's an archer. Whoop. Get that trap as well. Okay, I actually kind of remember that taking place a little bit later in the game, so that one actually kind of caught me a little bit off guard. One of these playthroughs, I do need to actually. So I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't just give him like the prank gift that lowers his approval by 50, and then not bring it back up, because that could have been really bad there.
Taliesin is dead, and I am free of the crows. They will assume that I am dead along with Taliesin. So long as I do not make my presence known to them, they will not seek me out. I do not know. It seems I have options now, whereas once I had none. I have enjoyed our company, but I am wondering if it is not time for me to leave. That would be the practical thing to do, no? There is a freedom awaiting me that I have never known. But I suppose the decision is yours. Will you let me go?
Okay, I really thought there was an option where I can literally just let him make the decision himself.
All right. You make a convincing argument. You do seem to stumble onto treasure on a regular basis somehow. Let us return to the task at hand, then. There is still much to be done, yes?
Alright, let's give Zevran his level. Let's do that, and then... can I change out party right now? Yes, I can, so... Well, that was fun, Zevran.
Yes.
Oh, right, the option only exists if you romance him. Oh, that makes sense. Excuse me? Okay, just some weird things going on with the game kind of lagging behind what I'm actually doing.
Yes? What? This is terrible. My beloved.
I think I've only ever done, like, the romance with Severin once. Okay, so, the notes acquired from dead or terrified adventurers have directed you to this unassuming door. The house is marked with the initials VM. There was no answer, although there's clearly a light inside. So I could try, hello, I would like to speak with Willem Madon. There is no response. I'm here to discuss the stories of Gaxkang, and I'm not leaving. After a pause, the door unlocks. So let's enter this quaint hovel.
Grey Warden, isn't it? Strange you would force such a visit in a time of blight. I suppose I am used to inspiring a different kind of seeker.
Your stories attract them, and then they disappear.
The adequate ones find the beacons, and then I find them. But you are already brighter than the signal at Ishal. Eyes are on you from a very high vantage, Grey Warden. I cannot hide in your wake, but I will not be a footnote. Witness Gax King.
It has begun.
Alright, so he's a demon. And he used the gosh dang misdirection hex on me. At least he's got enough health that the fight won't be over by the time I can actually attack him again. There we go, now we're doing damage again. I really hate that spell. Like that is one of the worst spells in the entire frickin' game.
It shall be done.
Oh, and good, and he cast it on me again. You know, other people are hitting you too, right?
I shall do it.
Yeah, I hate that spell so much. I would rather something that does damage to me, or, you know, even if it just makes my attacks deal, like, minimum damage, like, that'd be fine, but man, just constantly, like, nope, just everything misses. Alright, so that's taken care of. I think I need to go into another one for one of those letters. Alright, let's go to the Dark Alley. And so there's one of those Blackstone irregulars where you have to send notices of, like, death to certain people. Oh, hello.
Little too close to my boss for comfort, friend. Time to teach you about letting dogs lie.
More enemies ahead!
More enemies.
Oh, this is the favors for certain interested parties. And throwing a whirlwind attack. Okay, you're gonna need another lieutenant. Because that one sucks. Also, now that, like, crazily enough, we're in September, I'm hoping that the Dragon Age tabletop RPG game picks back up soon. one of the players was out for a month. Like they wouldn't be able to make it for, they said, like for a month. So I'm hoping. Are you planning? Oh yeah, yeah. So Kamikaze Kid, I'm going to be going through the entire Dragon Age series. So Origins, all the DLC for Origins, Awakening, Dragon Age 2, Inquisition, all of it. And when Dragon Age 4 comes out, I hope to do that as well. And with Dragon Age 2, I also have all the DLC for that. So I'll be able to do the one with Felicia Day, and the one that also actually kind of sets up the events of Inquisition. I'm not going to spoil anything there, but when the time comes, you'll see it. And I was also saying, like, my plans, because there's 3 games right now, my plans are to play a different class in each of the games. So in this one, I'm playing a rogue. So in Dragon Age 2, I'll either play a warrior or a wizard. And then whatever the last one is, I'll play that for Inquisition. I'm either going to put it up as a poll and let people choose between the 2 available classes for 2, or I'm just going to go with wizard or mage because I like mages, and I feel like playing a mage in Dragon Age 2 would be more impactful.
I think we work well together.
Have Inquisition, still haven't played it. Yeah, Inquisition. So I really like Inquisition. Origins is still my favorite.
We're done here. Go back to your contact.
Like, Origins is definitely my favorite of the 3. 2, I want to like Dragon Age 2 more than I do. Like, I really do. And I try to, and there are certain parts of it that I like, but I mean, it's a game that was rushed out in a year, so, and it shows. But we'll talk more about that when the time comes. But yeah, Inquisition it's interesting because it's kind of a hybrid of the 2. Like, you have like the more like real time. You have more of like the real time combat where you have to like. I think your basic attack you do by like pulling the trigger, like the right or left trigger. But there's also like a tactical combat mode that you can enter, which is like top down, kind of like one of the camera angles you can get in the PC version of the game. And with that one, you can assign like orders, you can advance time. It's a cool game. Like, I like it quite a bit. I've never finished it. On the 360.
Dwarven crafts.
So, on the 360, when it first came out, I remember playing quite a bit of it. And getting decently far into the game. But then there was an issue with my hard drive. And it, like, it just, for whatever reason, my 360 just wouldn't work. Like, whenever I tried to play a game, it just wouldn't do anything. It just kept, I can't remember if it was error messages or if it would just freeze up. So basically, the only troubleshooting thing that I had left to do after, like, you clear the cache and all that stuff that it recommends. So I did all of that, and it was still nothing. Like, it still wouldn't work. The only option left was to reformat the hard drive. So I did that, and it wiped all of my saves. And even after I did that, it still didn't frickin' work. So I was just like, great, I think my 360 is just completely bricked. So I didn't touch it for like 3 or 4 days. And then when I went back a few days later, it just worked. So I don't know what the hell happened. And I was super ticked off. So for the longest time, I just never went back to play it because it's like I'd made so much progress and I lost it all and I was pissed off. But I eventually did get back to it, and I remember the last thing I did before we moved was I went around doing like dragon hunting. Because there are like these high dragons. There's several different types of high dragons that you can fight in each of the major areas, and those fights are frickin' awesome.
I'm simply curious as to whether or not it bewitched the Grey Warden.
I have no need to force anything from men.
Oh, my apologies then. I was about to offer my congratulations for a task accomplished.
And not intended as a backhanded compliment at all, yes?
Not at all. I'm the soul of politeness.
Oh, Shale, you're the best.
I heard there was quite a scuffle in the alleyways. Well done, Warden.
Well done, Al betrayed us. The boy was there. We'll go with the boy wasn't there.
Some friends have rescued the boy. He's already safely home back with his father, his very important father. You took care of the father's other requirement. The man who kidnapped his son, Captain Chase, is quite dead. Thanks to you. We are told only what we need to know. That's an assassin's life. All you needed to know was your target. Any more information you got was really a bonus.
So I like how he's just dropped all pretext of,
I've nothing more for
like,
your
trying to be subtle about everything.
I hope you find it most satisfying. My superiors want me to convey their thanks. The crows aren't
I
accepting.
really like Dragon Age 2 aside from the super abrupt ending.
When this blight,
Yeah,
we'd love you to visit Antiva to discuss other opportunities.
So Act 1 and Act 2 of Dragon Age 2 are pretty good. And the ending of the ending of Act 2, based off of basically everything that sort of happened and the major story elements that were occurring throughout the game, like that felt like that should have been the end of the game. And then Act 3, the events that happened in Act 3 were definitely foreshadowed, and there was definitely like some stuff to set that up, but it felt it wasn't fleshed out as well. And it did make the ending feel kind of like almost like, oh, it's just done now kind of thing. Which is a shame, because there was a lot of cool stuff in Dragon Age 2. It just wasn't executed well.
I did what I had to do, but there's no more need for word games. Just remember our offer. We could really use someone with your talents.
Like,
it's time for me to take a vacation.
The only things that I really make me kind of,
it was a pleasure working with you, Warden.
I'm not gonna say dread playing it again, but the kind of things that make me feel less excited about playing 2 than playing Origins, Awakening, and Inquisition. It's the fact that like the maps are reused a billion times. So you just keep going back to the same locations time and time again, even though many of them are presented as different locations. It's just the same stuff over and over. But the worst part, like I can almost forgive the maps, but the worst part, in my opinion, has to be the waves of enemies. Because like you'll go somewhere, a group of enemies will attack you, you dispatch them, and that's fine. But then there'll be like 2 or 3 more waves of enemies that come after that, and they just pop in. Right? They just appear out of literal nowhere.
What can I get you, stranger?
And it just happens so much. So, like, the combat system's overhauled and it's more like real time. It's less automated than it is here in Origins. And there are people that like that, and that's fine, right? Like I don't hate the combat in Dragon Age 2, but it's just padded out way, way, way too much. Was I not given the... Go to his hideout on the map. Oh, Case Hideout. There we go. It's a bit like an arcade game. You know, that's actually kind of a fair way of saying it, yeah. It's much more like action focused.
Fine, let's get to it.
Twould see we are not alone.
Okay, ow. I mean, the overall story is interesting. Like I said, like the act 1 and 2 story feels like the main focus, and then it's like, oh well, there's this whole other thing that happens after it. The character of Varric is awesome. Like Varric is one of the greatest. So I absolutely love that character. And most of the most of the party members that you get in Dragon Age 2 are really cool characters. Like they're really interesting characters. The only thing that I will say character-wise that I don't like is what they did with... Alright, so in Dragon Age Awakening, when we get to it, which is based off of this game, it's DLC for this game, or an expansion for this game, I should say. You get a new character, like you meet a new character there. He reminds me a lot of Alistair. He's kind of like a witty, lighthearted kind of character. And in the second game, they really change his personality. Now, they explain it. The explanation absolutely makes sense. But it still kind of sucks. And I don't really like the way that they handled that character, right? Kamikaze Kid, I mean, I never argue that Origins is better. I just don't get the same unenjoyment out of it. Well, yeah, whoa, why am I here? Yeah, I like I said, I don't hate Dragon Age 2. I know a lot of people do. I just think it really shows the fact pretty openly. Like it really shows the fact that it was designed in a very short period of time. If they could have had half a dozen more like different maps so that it didn't feel as repetitive, and if they eliminated the waves of enemies and just had you fight the ones that are on screen and not just have like a whole bunch more constantly just drop in out of nowhere, then I think the game would have been like like 10 times better. Just for those two things, like just those two things, I think would have made the second game a lot. I think it would have made people like the second game a lot more.
What can I get you, stranger?
Like, so I mean, if someone asked me if Dragon Age 2 is worth playing, I would still say absolutely, just with those couple of caveats thrown in there. And it's not the developer's fault that they only had a year to work on it. Okay, I keep going to the wrong place. Hold on.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
And the DLC, the two DLC installments for Dragon Age 2 are great. Like I like those DLC packs more than like the Witch Hunt one or the Golems one, or even I even like it more than like Liliana's song. What's going on here? Oh, never. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. All right. So I was thinking of the quest that I get from this guy here, right? And the one that you get after the Landsmeet, for some reason I thought that's the one that I had, where you get to go into like into an estate and try to steal something. That's not the one that I had.
Welcome back.
So I was getting
Something
confused.
else you'd like to look at? Only the finest crafts.
Yeah, we're not going to use any of those. Any of those. Oh, those are pretty good, actually. I might hold on to those. And so... So this amulet looks pretty good. Like, plus 12 constitution is really good. But I don't really like the minus 3 to strength or willpower, so... it's only worth a gold, too. No, I'll hold on to it and then probably put it in the party stash. I'll do that thing where I just keep it for later and never use it. Alright, so... I think we've pretty much done everything we can here. Although I think now, because we've gotten to this point of the game, I think I can go into the alienage?
By order of the new Earl of Denerim, no one is to enter the alienage. There's been an elven uprising. Knifeears even have the gall to attack the Jarl's only son. Killed him in cold blood. With the whole Urian family dead, the regent appointed Rendon Howe of Amaranthine the new Jarl of Denerim. First thing he did was lead a purge of the alienage. It's a mess in there. When things are put back in order, now on your way.
Huh. So it's been a couple of years since the last time I played this game, and this part... Oh, crap. Okay. I need to talk to talk to Arleman, and then the alienage should be open to me. Alright, so we'll do a little bit of stuff in the alienage before we end the stream. Mostly because I just sort of bungled my way through the last little bit. So I'd kind of like to like end on me actually doing something other than stumbling around trying to like pursue the wrong quest. But we will go around and we'll pick up some of the stuff. So this area actually acts like a camp now. We still have the actual camp that we can go to, but we can actually talk to like the different party members here. And I want to say coming back here might also heal your injuries if you have any.
Ah, Warden. I trust you've made yourself comfortable.
Oh, this part. Okay. Yeah, so this is what we'll do to sort of end things off.
Good, because it's likely to be your last rest for a while. This is Erlina. She's...
I am Queen Enora's handmaiden. She sent me here to ask for your help.
Or perhaps the young lady prefers to speak for herself.
I guess so. She works for Logain's daughter. She's a spy.
I am here for Logain's daughter, not for Logain. Their interests are not so similar as they once were. The Queen, she is in a difficult position. She loved her husband, no? And trusted her father to protect him. When he returns with no king and only dark rumors, what is she to think? She worries, no? But when she tries to speak with him, he does not answer. He tells her not to trouble herself.
I'm still not seeing where her help comes in.
A visit from the Queen to the new Isle of Denrum is only a matter of courtesy, and she demands answers. He calls her every sort of name, traitor being the kindest, and locks her in a guest room. King Kalen was like a son to him, and Logain left him to die. Does he love Enora more? Who can say? I think her life is in danger. I heard House say she would be a greater ally dead than alive, especially if her death could be blamed on Arl Eamon.
Yeah, that sounds about right for this world.
We may have no choice but to trust Enora. The Queen is well loved. If Logain succeeded in pinning her death on me, I'm not sure that's a risk we can afford to take.
I have some uniforms. I'll hire so many new guards every day. A few more will not cause much stir. I will show you to the servants' entrance. We must slip in and out with my queen before anyone is the wiser. I will go ahead to House Estate. Meet me there as soon as you can.
All right, so yeah, so we'll do this little section here to wrap up the stream. Like I said, it's been a while since I've played since I played this, so like this last section of the game, I remember most of the events, but it's just the order that you have to do them in.
Yes.
Also, so for this section, I cannot take Shale with me because Shale will not blend in with the rest of the guards.
Indeed.
So, Sten.
Yes.
You're back in the group. So, Arl Howe, the Tairn of Highever and the Arl of Denerim, he is integral to the human character, like the human noble background.
The servants' entrance is on the other side of the house. We must slip past this crowd to reach it. We will have to be very careful. Arl Howe is inside. Yes, and wherever he goes, a great many guards go with him. I will be right behind you. This way.
Okay, so this section, I feel like you're supposed to be stealthy. Is she gonna? Because there's a couple of spots where you're like told to hide, or she can try to talk her way around the guards. It almost always fails for me though, and I don't know why. So I'm going to try hugging this wall. Because there was a guard up there and like... Nope, it doesn't matter. They just see me. So that, I don't know, like I said, I think there's got to be a way to sneak, like maybe if I do solo mode and stealth, but it's when the other party members, maybe if I go there by myself, that might also do it, I don't know, but I always end up triggering a fight with guards here, so...
Very well.
Oh, Stan, you have another level. Let's give you that. Into con. Yeah, so if anyone watching this knows how to actually sneak past them, and what it is that I constantly keep doing wrong, let me know, because I would really like to know how to get past that. Without that fight. That worked? I mean, yeah, it definitely did work. It was effective.
I can distract the guards, but you must move quickly. Hurry! My lady does not have much time.
Yeah, well, don't scold me. This is literally the first chance I've had to put them on.
I will go distract the guards. These two know who is allowed to come and go. They will not be fooled. But the uniform should work on most of those inside. I will lure them into the courtyard. Wait in the bushes. Oh, you must come! I saw something by the fountain. I think it was a darkspawn.
Darkspawn?
They will drag us all underground to be eaten.
Should we call for help?
Did you fall off a cart full of stupid? Call for help? So they can see us act like scared little girls because of some knife-eared wench?
They will eat us all alive! Please, get help!
If there is something out there and we don't sound the alarm, we'll look worse than scared.
And
That's
draft
true.
these holy knickers. Fine, we'll check the courtyard, if it'll keep you from wetting yourself. But there's nothing there.
Thank you. Oh! It was over here! Quickly!
Alright, so that took care of that. The other option is, yeah, you can just walk up and fight the guards, but I like to let the subterfuge happen.
Ah, it took me forever to be rid of those two. You must be careful now. The servants, they will not look
We
closely at
just
anyone
walked in, and it really wasn't that
All
long. It
guards
was
are
like
to
10
a book,
seconds.
no? But you should not draw attention to yourself. Most of the guards are new. They will not know you for a stranger at a glance. It is best you keep your distance from all of them and try to blend in.
Okay.
They guide us.
This kitchen's a disgrace. Elena, where have you been? The housekeeper.
So, I mean, she says that, but you can literally talk to them and it doesn't do anything.
Out, out!
I say how ought to level the thing and build a new one. He'd have to knock down every place he owns it.
In a row. For all we know, it's not mutton. How's too cheap to buy it? Cook's probably roasted.
Oh, what are you looking at? That? Alright, cool. It's mine now. Don't mind me. Just a regular guard like all the rest of you. And just come in here to fill out some requisition forms. So yeah, these guards are kind of inept. You can listen to some of their dialogues, but
The Maker's mercy be expressed. Before the light, words become the clattering of pebbles on the mountains.
hey there.
Finished. Before the light.
Am I guarding the dogs and I see anyone guarding me? That's fair. We'll just close that.
gets finished.
So you can start fights here?
Finished.
I think there's somewhere where you can, if I recall correctly.
Think again.
The Grey Warden is here, my lady.
Thank the Maker. I would greet you properly, but I'm afraid we've had a setback.
Have we? What are the chances of that?
My host was not content with leaving me under heavy guard. He sealed the door by magic. Find the mage who cast the spell. He'll most likely be at Hal's side. Well,
So much for
if
secrecy.
He didn't know you were here, he soon will. Thank you, Warden. My prayers go with you.
Count Howe will probably be in his rooms. They're at the end of the hall, on the left. Count Howe is probably in his room.
Okay, so like at some point, I think we do trigger a fight, or if we do trigger a fight, it's just like, okay, well, you don't need the costumes anymore. And it's so, excuse me. So the costumes actually override my current gear. So it's not even in my equipment. Eventually, though, it will, like, free itself up. Just seeing if there's anything else I can loot before we get to it.
The housekeeper will hear us.
Here we go. I think this is the...
Look, you didn't
What
say
were you
nothing.
two doing?
Wait. Who are you? You're not on my watch. Call the watch! We've got an intruder!
Twould seem we are not alone.
So yeah, so once the fight's triggered, as you can see, we're back wearing our regular gear.
You'll be in a city of hurt.
Whoa, that voice sounded a lot like Fenris from Dragon Age 2. I wonder if that's the same voice actor. Just doing like bit parts in this game.
What now?
Alright, treasure piles. Oh, did I get everything? Okay. Just making sure I looted everything that I possibly can. Because I'm an adventurer, and that's what we do. Grey Warden documents. Okay, this seems kind of neat. Oh man, this is my first time like playing this game with like a headset on, and man, the sound of the neck snapping was super like loud and at the forefront on the headphones.
Do you think you could... Alistair? Is that you?
Who? Wait. I do know you. You were at my joining. He's one of us. A warden from Orlais. Jada, I think. Or was it Montsemar? I'm afraid I don't remember your name.
I'm Riordan, senior warden of Jada, but born and bred in Highever, and glad to be home. With an offer of hospitality and a poisoned chalice. I was fool enough to think Loghain didn't yet know who I was. I saw him go into the dungeons. He may still be there. Yes, these are my records. The names of the dead I could recognize at Ostagar. What I could find of Duncan's own recruitment records. Copies of the joining ritual I rescued from our Denerim vault. Those should never be seen by any outside eyes. but I trust in
the
their
secrets of the joining ritual.
Would that I could, for Ferelden sorely needs them. But for the joining to work, the recruit needs not only fresh Darkspawn blood, but a drop of blood preserved from an archdemon. Ferelden's supply should have been in the vault, but it was gone. I can only imagine someone took it out and Loghain either confiscated or destroyed it.
Well, I mean, we're gonna get some fresh blood from the new archdemon soon, right?
As you know, the joining's chance of success is slim anyway. Loghain has done far worse to the Wardens than cut us off from recruiting. And from the
That's
rumors
true.
flying through Denerim, removing him from the throne is already your plan, no?
I don't know. Maybe.
I wouldn't be much use to you in my current condition. And if you'll pardon me, I've a sudden desire to breathe some free air. I will seek you out later, after I find a good physician. And good luck, brother.
Well, we have a spirit healer. Alright, yeah, so he's kind of an important NPC. And there's some stuff that we could find down here when we enter the dungeon. So this first part, like the pre-Landsmeet section of the game, basically we're going around trying to dig up dirt on Loghain, and there is some stuff here within this dungeon that we can use in order to try to discredit him when it comes to the Landsmeet itself. Okay, don't like that. Oh, I was hoping they'd all congregate around me so I could super whirlwind attack, but that's fine. So part of me, I mean, I don't think you can. Like, I don't think the game will let you, but I wonder if there's actually a way that you can fail at the Landsmeet. Like, so if you just decide not to share some of the information to gain certain allies. Part of me almost wants to try it at some point. Not today. I don't need a key. Are you a jailer? Nope, okay. Someone here is going to have a key.
Oh, great. I wanted to stop for lunch, too.
And as always, like I said, we'll go around, make sure that we loot as much stuff as we can. These, those crafting materials can actually be beneficial, because I can give them to the elves. And just look at all those red dots. The chain lightning would come in really handy. There you go, Morrigan. You read my mind. Also, one of these playthroughs, I'm gonna have to try actually messing with the tactics, because it's definitely supposed to be a big part of the game, where you can set like specific actions to trigger at certain points. I want to say the only times I've ever used it was to get the other characters to target like the weakest enemies, so I could go after the strongest ones with my main character and get like more experience. But beyond that, I've never actually messed with them. I've never really ever done too much with them. Oh, nope, I see a mage. Get out of here. Before the stupid text comes into play.
Okay, done with you now. Still won the day.
It's definitely a pain to deal with all the tactics.
I am done.
I mean, to be fair, I think the game does a pretty good job of just setting default tactics for the characters. Like, it seems like they use their abilities pretty well. Oh. Alright, here's the torturer, the jailers. Oops. Oh, that's right, I can steal in combat now. That's totally not what I meant to do, but... Well, also, all those torturers, they literally use the exact same character model. That's funny. I mean, they don't have a ton of different character models to use. It's just it's just funny to see like 5 of the same people, especially when they're like bald and obvious. Although I thought one of them would have the key. Oh well, there is someone here that we can rescue.
Was this supposed to be a lesson? Did my father think it funny to leave me for so long before sending you? You move in august company, stranger.
I am Oswin, son of Ban Sigurd, of the Dragon's Peak Banon.
If you aren't one of our soldiers, pray tell me, who should I be thanking for my rescue? Then I have no question about why you would come, Warden. For it is your men who have suffered the most here. You have my heartfelt gratitude. And I assume the gratitude of the entire Dragon's Peak Banon. If my father sent no one after me, I can only assume that he does not yet know the true colors of the snakes he is allied with. But if you talk to him, I'm certain he would offer you any reward you might ask.
It's kind of a shame that Roll Stats didn't get to see this part, because he mentioned earlier like one of his characters in a game that I'm running, and this is an inside joke for him. But basically, all I ask for reward is that you consider me for the upcoming election.
It is a landsmeet after all. Howe said the Earl of Wycliffe was dead, and the landsmeet called off. I swear, if there be any forum to speak out
those were
against
all
Loghain,
lies.
my father will be there. Now, please, I must try to get to him. I cannot see the last of this place too soon.
Alright, so yeah, that's important. We can use that to gain one of the nobles' support in the upcoming landsmeet, or the upcoming mayoral election.
Very well.
Oh, there's the jailer. So he's the guy that'll have the key. I think. Someone's gonna have a freaking key on them. Like I said, my memories of the exact sequence of events here is a little sketchy. I think that first door, I don't actually get the key for until we're at the very end. But there, yeah, okay, there's the lower prison. There we go. That's the key I was looking for. It's not to the door that I saw first, but it's important for here because there's this guy.
Sounding the horns for retreat. Do you hear? They said to retreat. The horn sounded and we turned.
So this is a quest that I actually picked up a while ago to try to find this guy.
They rode and they screamed and screamed.
I think he's a Templar.
Mother, can you smell the blood? They said it was only Darkspawn. But we ate them too. They died. And we left them in the swamp. The witch. The witch!
He's obviously mad. I don't think you'll get anything more out of him.
Best dressed man in Denerim.
Safe? Is there a safe? Perhaps next door?
Yeah, I'm not gonna kill him.
What month is it? Are you some enemy of our Urians? Please, I feel like I've spent half my life down here. Jarl's son. He abducted.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if you play
when I tried to rescue her, I don't remember.
the
Screaming.
elf
She was laughing.
background
I
where you're from
charged
the
at her.
alienage, and you play the male, well, male or female, you get to see this character regardless. But if you play as a male character and you have the Denerim alienage elven background, this is like your companion, your friend or your ally that travels with you during that introductory scene. So like I said, for the most part, every character background has someone that is a party member with them for a while. And you encounter each of them like later on throughout the game. The unique thing about the alienage elf background is that events are slightly different based on whether you're a male or female character, and to my knowledge, I want to say that's the only background that really does that.
Dead. Then who's ruling? His son, Vaughn. He struck me down and I woke up here. People were so angry, they were thinking of petitioning the king.
Yeah, the king's dead too.
Many changes since they caught me. I need to find out what happened. I need to get home, or flee the city. I thank you for your aid, stranger. I wish I had more than gratitude to offer.
That's fine, I'll take gratitude. Okay, no, that was the door. Okay, no, that key was the door that I was thinking of. But it was important that I went to those jail cells too, because Rexel, the guy that was insane, he is the subject of a quest that I picked up quite a while ago. I can't remember if it's for the Mages Collective or if it's for the Chanters Board.
Think again. Possible.
Okay. I must have gone too far then. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. Whoops. What can I say? It's 3:54 in the morning for me, so I'm doing the best I can here. There's the door that I need to go through. Ooh, but what's this door?
I am done.
That's a treasure door.
No, I cannot.
Okay, and that's just the other side of the door that I was on before. Perfect.
Well, well, the Grey Warden. I must say I'm surprised.
So even though Arl Howe is not from the background that I'm playing, I still really hate him, and I'm going to be happy to do this.
Powers of his lands meet. Logain's plan is to save Ferelden from real threats,
come on.
here and now. And after certain upstarts are brought to heel, he will end the blight you go on about.
You're an iron man. My streams are generally 2 hours. So with the normally I go for like 2 to 3 hours for streams. Like the Star Wars Knights of the Republic one will be like little over 2 hours. The reason I'm doing the longer streams for the Dragon Age games is literally just because there's so much to get through that I don't want it to take like 2 years.
Perhaps. But it has served me so well. You should have left when you had the chance, Warden. Slunk off to the Anderfells to hide with the rest of your kind. This
No, I'm good. I'm just gonna take care of you instead.
Logain will triumph, and you will die.
I've heard all this before. Oh crap. Wizard. Oh, and I used my... No, I didn't use my stun ability. Oh, thank God. Okay, good. So the mage is dead. So I don't... Oh, there's another mage. Thank you, Alistair. Yeah, so the mage did that. I don't have to worry about misdirection. Oh, doesn't he have a dialogue? There we go, okay. He just had particle effects on him that had to run their course.
Deserved more.
No, you literally didn't deserve all the things you already had. So, get out of here. I kind of wish that people had voted for the human noble background, because that makes his death there way more satisfying. But there should be another prisoner down here. I thought. Okay, yeah, I don't... So this character has always kind of perplexed me, because I can't interact with him. All he does is snore, even though he's standing and awake. And when I go to interact with the cell door, it won't let me open it. So I don't know if he's a quest that you get somewhere or what his story is.
Grant me a place.
But this guy...
Make it have under a state.
This guy you can actually do something with.
Have mercy on me. Alstana, is that you, little sister? No, I don't know you, do I? Are you real?
I am. Can we maybe pan the camera up a little bit? This is uncomfortable.
I'm Erminric, Knight Lieutenant of the Denerim Chantry. You aren't one of the Tern's men?
He sounds like he's in lyrium withdrawal. He's got all
Okay,
the signs,
he's the Templar.
Confusion, weepiness. He probably doesn't even know what he's saying. If the Grand Cleric knew he were in here, she'd be spitting hot coals. Nobles don't have authority over Templars.
I failed in my duties, Maker. Forgive me. I failed, and there's no telling what he's done. The Malefica. He had turned blood magic upon Templars and Circle Mages to escape from his tower.
Oh, okay.
I cornered him, but the Tern's men...
Okay, so this is kind of cool. So, this is the Templar, or one of the Templars. Yeah, he was the one that was sent out to find Jowan, who used blood magic to escape the Circle. And Jowan is the background companion for the Circle Mage. So yeah, it's just kind of cool how they tie a lot of the backgrounds together here. But yeah, so he was sent out to get Jowan. Jowan was rescued from the Templars by Loghain, who had Jowan poison Arl Eamon, all of which took place before Ostagar, if I recall correctly. So yeah, it's just cool stuff here. I like how they kind of tie the stuff together now that we're getting towards the end of the game.
He destroyed his phylactery. We were spread out, trying to find him. I was alone. You are real, aren't you?
Yeah, I think
My
so.
dreams are...
Well, I mean, technically you're talking to a character in a video game that you're
Please,
also in.
If you're not a dream, help me. Give this ring to my sister, Alstana. Tell her I'm sorry. Please. Ask her to pray for me.
And yeah, there's no way for him, like, he won't leave with you, but... Alright, but yeah, that is another thing that we can use to get people on our side for the upcoming mayoral election. Fruit of the Loom. Yeah, got some interesting choice in undergarments.
Task is finished.
Alright, but this will take us up to the main floor, and this should take us into...
What now?
Does this take us into Arlhau's bedroom, or no, this is in the hallway? Okay, so make sure there's no other chests or anything that I can interact with. Nope, doesn't look like it. Oh, you know what? There's people back here. There's red dots. I can't leave those. I can't leave those behind. There's a whirlwind attack. Yeah, so we're pretty much at the end. This is going to be the last fight that I actually engage in, because we are about to rescue the princess, or the queen. Rescue the queen. And that's going to go perfectly fine, and nothing bad is ever going to happen. I promise. Because when has anything ever gone poorly in this game?
My thanks.
Also, Star Wars reference, aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? I mean, a
Is
guard?
that supposed to be ironic? We must go quickly and avoid notice. If Hal's people find me, I'll be killed. And my people will insist on escorting me back to the palace, where my father may also have me killed.
All right. Oh, look, there's just suddenly a whole crapload of guards right there. I wonder what's going on here.
Warden, in the name of the Regent, I am placing you under arrest for the murder of Rendon Howe and his men-at-arms. Surrender, and you may be shown mercy.
Okay, so we've got three options here. So you could say death first and attack, in which case, like, this is pretty much, I want to say, an unwinnable fight. Then again, yeah, my character's a dwarf, so who am I to talk about someone being short? And Honora's actually got a pretty tall character model, so I don't think she's short at all, but that was definitely thrown in there specifically for the Star Wars reference, like 100%. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a completely unwinnable fight. We can also say that we're here to free Honora, but then that exposes Honora, and that's bad as well. So I'll just say I will stand down, you don't know the whole story. That's basically the diplomatic, and pretty much what's going to happen is going to happen anyway. It's just that way we don't blow the whole reason that we're here, and we don't go through a pointless fight that we can't win.
Why stop now? Calthrion is all that stands between us and freedom.
Are you sure this is what you wish?
Yeah, killing them just reinforces Loghain's lies
I'm
about me.
surprised this ended peacefully. Bring the wardens. Loghain doesn't care about the rest.
Eamon, we have a problem.
We have more than one, I think.
Calm down. What has happened?
The wardens have been captured.
What? How could this happen?
Never mind that. The question is how to free him.
Surely you mean them, Your Highness. We need Alistair too.
Yes, of course, I meant Alistair too. Calthrion will take...
So if you say that we're here to free Honora,
Guess my
Honora
father
will
has
then
more feet.
pretend that we're kidnapping her. and then that'll get the guards to turn on us, and then we have this whole thing where we just can't trust her, and it just leads to a whole other series of dialogues. And she rightly points out that we blew her cover, so what else could she have possibly done in that situation? And then she uses the confusion to, like, run away. And now, we're on our underwear. Just this is like the Calvin Klein portion of the playthrough. I seem to spend way too much time in prisons lately.
Join the Grey Wardens. See the sights from the floors of the best prisons in the land. It's not much of a recruitment slogan, is it?
Okay, so this is another cool little section of the game. So you can say the others are coming, and basically what you can do is you get to choose, I think it's just 2 party members that can come to rescue you. And then you basically play through that rescue sequence with them, which ends in the party members finding you in this cell. Or you could say, let's try to get out of here, try to escape, and it's basically the opposite. So you'll go through from here to the exit of this dungeon. And if you do this section here, if you choose to get out yourself, then you'll meet up with the 2 party members that you took to rescue Enora. And they'll be right at the end. And it'll be sort of like one of those, like, we had a plan to rescue you, and just, like, one of those types of interactions. So I am going to choose to try to escape. I didn't actually think I was going to get quite this far in this stream, so there was something I was actually going to leave for a poll. But we're here now. I can't save. I have to select an option at this point. So I'm just going to say try to escape.
I hope you have a plan.
Nope. And of course Sten disapproves because I didn't choose the big fight, but that's fine. I'm not too worried about Sten's approval anymore. Alright, so we've accomplished quite a bit. We got the last of the treaties taken care of, and we are now standing uncomfortably close back to back in this jail cell with Alistair, and we are going to have a prison break next week on the stream. So again, I just want to thank everyone for taking time out of their evening, night, morning, whatever it is for you, to hang out. And if you chatted, that's awesome. If you just popped in for a second and popped back out, it doesn't matter. I always appreciate all of it. And yeah, so thanks for checking out the stream. I also upload these to YouTube, so if you didn't get to see the whole thing and you're interested in watching them, they'll be there as well. Great stream, my brother. Thanks, Kamikaze Kid. I really appreciate it. I hate that I keep missing your streams, but you've been doing a few during the daytime, and I can't really watch those because there's adult language and my daughter was home. So I will definitely check out more of your streams when I get the opportunity. The circumstances haven't allowed me to the last few. Okay, but yeah, so thanks again, everyone. I appreciate it, and I will see you all next week for more Dragon Age Origins, and of course, in a couple of days, couple of nights, 2 mornings from now. I don't know how to track time right now. It's 4 a.m. for me, but Friday night, starting at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be resuming my Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic playthrough. So hopefully I'll see some of you there as well. So once again, thanks a lot for spending some time with me. I appreciate it. I'll see you all next time. Take care.